Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Great, thank you, Mr. Keith. One last little thing I got to do in my other. There we go. All right, guys. So what is happening this morning? Well, of course, we've got this SQL going absolutely crazy. Low float, 4.79 million in the float. 28 million have traded already, which is about almost 6 times the float. Yeah, okay, trading higher after the company announced the establishment of a 2-year cooperative, etc. So there is your press release for SQL. Amazing move, 241% already. Bed Bath and Beyond, guys. So pretty awesome for a bit there. Had that late day run all the way up to $7. Looked like it was going to hold, and then kaboom, they announced the financing. So all these poor people got trapped in thinking, all right, this is going to be the massive squeeze again. I'm going to hold overnight, etc. Waking up today and basically cut in half. You got to love Wedbush. They already had a $1 price target, and now they've revised it to 0. Interest, PINS had earnings released after hours yesterday. There's the move area. Actually, it's kind of recovered a bit. Yeah, the initial reaction was way down here, down to $23. So it has actually recovered quite a bit. And that is PINS. MYS said has joined. We are going to be an AI. Yeah, look at this. So that's already pulled way back. I mean, this is getting nonsensical, but hey. So anyway, so yeah, so they say that notice the patent allowance in Canada for AI and algorithm, etc. So again, all these companies, they're scrambling to put AI in any sort of a press release, but this one has just gotten whacked from the high there, 432 all the way back down to 3. Very low float, another very low float, 1.28 million in the float. KPRX, X, not S, KPRX. Oh, let's see. As eye drop treatment moves into mid-stage clinical trial. Okay, so that is the news for KPRX. Another low float, 1.5 million in the float. HLLY. I don't know if this was an abrupt resignation, but the CEO resigned, and also they're releasing some preliminary numbers. March 2nd, obviously the preliminary numbers aren't great. They release earnings on the 2nd, so they're releasing some preliminary guidance, etc. So this is gap down 20%. Baidu. Now this is sort of a rehash, except now with AI on everybody's mind. Baidu, they say trading higher after the company announced it will launch its own AI chatbot called Erniebot. VS was a flyer a couple of days ago or last week, I guess. And they announced the financing. The financing is now closed, so it's up 16%. A lot of volume, 3 million, 2.9 million in the float. The key area is right there. It's right at it, actually, 114. Why is that the key area? 3 days ago, that was the high. So if it can take that high out, maybe, traders are going to look at this high it hit 4 days ago at 337. Wow, that SQL just, what is the, where is any sort of resistance for this one? This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Let's take a look. Well, can't see anything on the weekly chart. Let's say back it out a bit. There's a high over here. This is back, let's see, it's over about a year ago, actually, January. of last year, there was a high of 212. CHGG is an earnings play. Got hit after hours. CHGG is an earnings play, down 20%. Oh, what a gap down. Boy, that's a big gap down, guys. Let's see, on the weekly chart, the next lows are around 1550 or so. CTLT is an earnings play. CTLT is an earnings play. Released actually this morning. So look at this gap up for CTLT. But I saw them in the news yesterday for some reason. That's right. That's right. There was some buyout chatter with Moderna, I guess. Here's another earnings play, guys. On the way down, Dead Eye. This was flying yesterday, I believe. Yeah, for the last few days, actually. Boy, ahead of earnings. The bets were being placed at these, whatever they're going to release was going to be pretty good. So far, the market is reacting poorly to their earnings release. You know, this one has really crept up, and I haven't seen the cruisers for quite a while now, but look at RCL, guys. RCL, man, oh man, what a run it's had over, I don't know, a month. What's that date right there? That's the 4th of January. So a little over a month. This was so it's gone from 50 to 72. It's actually an earnings play today, RCL. Really haven't seen them that act. That is. So what I did was I wanted to see what's CCL doing. Bit of a sympathy play. It's not an earnings play, but it's a sympathy play. Give me a moment. Give me a moment, guys. All right. So and then the other one was NCLH, Norwegian Cruise Lines. Let's take a look at them. Yeah, so well, I guess you could say that RCL, I mean, this is kind of the same sort of pattern, except RCL kept kind of moving. I don't know if it based as much, but yeah, these cruisers have, yeah, since January, beginning of the year, they've definitely moved. And OSH is this, I don't know, it's not official. I don't think it's official, but CVS, again, looking at them, suggesting CVS is nearing the deal to buy them. Thank you, MPII. Yeah, I I sneezed. Just before I sneezed, I turned my mic off, so I forgot to put it back on. Okay, so what was I talking about? TSN, guys. I was just saying that TSN was a downgrade by Goldman. Actually, sort of I guess before the might have had a buy rating. Now it's neutral. So that's all. That's all you missed. Sorry about that, guys. Now, anything else creeping into the KRKR is coming in here. All right, KRKR. There we go. There we go. You had to know it, right? So when you see these things pop kind of out of nowhere, all you got to do is put Chat GPT or generative AI in a press release. So there's KRKR joining the fray. But maybe, just maybe, let's take a look at MYS. That was popped way up. Yeah, it's come all the way back down. I mean, it's still up 27 cents, almost 10%. But I mean, these press releases are, I'll be delicate, but they're just complete nonsense, total fluff. But when traders get a hold of these sometimes, I mean, not this one, certainly not this one. I mean, they just sold it right off up to 431, right down to 3. Now, later on, it may have another lift, but right now, I think traders, we're starting to see through all this. I mean, come on. I don't think it was an all-time low, CHGG. I don't think it was. I think I looked over here. No, we have 12%. Okay, so you've got to go back probably a few years, but we have it, in the lifetime range, 12 at the 12% mark. So if I go on a monthly, look at a monthly chart, yeah, you can see down here, it's back in 2016. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors, the major sectors, and see what's happening. So I see where the market's in for a weak open, not a crashing down open, but definitely a weak open. We can see right now for an hour down now. So from our toolbar, I will click on new and then dot channel bar and then show more so I can get to see my sector status. Let's see what energy is doing. Okay, so this is what we're seeing. So if you're unfamiliar with this, these are the major sectors. So there's XLE is a major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. And if you see 100% in green, what does that mean? That means that every single one of these stocks that make up XLE is above yesterday's close. Okay. So energy, I think this was the same yesterday. It wasn't quite 100%, but the energy play seemed to be in play yesterday. Excuse me. Now let's take a look at the other sectors. There's really no other positive sector. A lot of them are just hanging around the 50% mark. Yeah, so there's really no other positive sector, but certainly energy right now anyway is where to be. But once the market opens, have to always look at the change from the open. And as always, let's take a quick look to see where they are, where the major sectors are with relation to, or with respect to their 200-day moving averages. Yeah, I mean, there's energy. I mean, I keep saying it, but it's drifting down, down, down. I mean, even though even though it's a little bit positive this morning, but it keeps drifting down towards that 200-day moving average. Retail, XRT, still above on a downward sloping line there, the 200-day moving average. Staples, consumer staples, it was just hanging around the 200-day yesterday. Let's see if it's broken down below it. Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, it's still basically there. 73.45 is the 200-day moving average. So it's at 73.23 right now. So it's trying to hold that 200-day. XLV healthcare, other one that's just precariously perched over the 200-day, but it is still hanging in over the 200-day. Industrials, XLI. Yeah, this is safely away from the 200-day, so it is still above, quite a bit above. Financials, XLF financials, another one that is safely above the 200-day. Now, consumer discretionary, you would think this would start to sink below. Well, I mean, it popped above it a few days ago, but there it is, 147.81, so it's still a little bit above the 200-day moving average. Materials, XLB, a little bit like industrials. And now let's take a look at communications. Is it still is it sliding down back towards that 200-day? Yeah, maybe. It was the miracle when it burst above it a few days ago, and now had that massive gap on that big day in the market. And last technology, XLK, looking a little bit like communications. So there is only one of the major sectors, and that's XLP, consumer staples. That's the only one that's actually below the 200-day. And basically, it's right at it. Yeah, it is the target of the week. I mentioned that before, William, PGNY. No real big move. I mean, it already had a big move yesterday. Pretty big move yesterday. Like 3 days ago, this was 37. So now we're at 31. 60 to 80% downside risk. Okay. Well, first of all, Zen, I cannot make any financial recommendations like that. Okay. Time to go in short anything or long anything. Okay. Yeah. First of all, there's no direction right now. I mean, right now it's just kind of basic. So this is a large float, 112 million. So probably it's hard to know now if there's going to be a lot of movement. The big movement, 21% down now already. If this were a lot lower of a float, you probably see more movement over the course of the day. But it's hard to know right now. Maybe that is well. I'm going to say that's the big move for sure. Whether we get any sort of a move, either up or down, hard to know. There is some support maybe. The next low looking left is 1617 on that weekly chart. Hertz, HTZ. Is an earnings play? Yeah, actually, Hertz is an earnings play. HTZ is an earnings play. So it was it was just a little bit underneath the 200-day moving average yesterday, closed down below, and now it's popped up on earnings. What is an earnings play? For me anyway, it's a company that releases earnings either after hours yesterday, which would be the mauve area on our charts, or in the pre-market, which are the tan area. Okay. And typically when a company releases earnings, it's usually super active on that day. And so it's something can be followed. Okay. And we're definitely in earnings season now with hundreds of companies a week releasing earnings. All right, guys, I'm just going to last little bit of my coffee here. I don't think you guys can hear the pouring or any other sounds anymore. Now let's see if Baidu is going to fade here. I mean, this is their entry, though I think they had already talked about their, I don't know if they called it Chat GBT before, but they are now what do they call theirs? Ernie, yeah, their Ernie bot, AI chatbot called Ernie bot. Somebody said, yeah, Blink did a financing. BLNK did a financing, I believe, around 10%. Company announced the financing at $12 a share, so it's actually not bad. We're kind of holding that 12 level, still down, but it's not way below that $12. Let's keep an eye on our friend AI, which is down a little bit this morning. Maybe, yeah, this is shortable for me. Lots of shares available. Looking at a little chart, 200,000 shares available. Again, when I said that, I'm not saying I want to short it right now or even ever, but eventually you're going to get a lot. You're going to get probably more and more profit taking. I'm going to stick an alert at 2679. Sorry, 2679, 2589. Excuse me, on our chart. It looks like that was the low of yesterday. Oh, already. Thank you, William. Okay, guys, so there's less than a minute for this market to open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. I'm going to try to pay a lot more attention to my 10-day daily breakout, no matter what the market's doing. I may, part of me that says just take every trade, and see what happens, because this is really, really has produced, so, I mean, not every trade, not every alert produced, of course, but certainly a lot of them did. And this is over the last 5 days. I'm going to keep a closer eye on it. I mean, it's one of the ones I'm sharing, but I seem to talk about it every day and go, wow, look at this move from the initial alert. All right, we are now live and the races have begun, guys. The races have begun. And let's see what's happening here. So, yeah, SQL, what did I say? I think it was 217, I think was the next high looking left. So the market is, yeah, I mean, NAS is up just a bit, Dow's down, SPY's basically flat. So to start our day. And we have our first halt of the day, and it is SQL. SQL just got halted on the way up. And we were in for probably a sizable open, 220. So again, this blue chart or this blue window you see here is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is time and sales for Interactive Brokers. There's the halt price. Minute, please. Sorry about that. There's the halt price, and there's the potential open. Okay, 217. But you can see how that'll just change. Nothing's written in stone on this, and typically these are 5-minute halts. Okay, so this is one of the. It's a scan. I mean, it is a scan, I guess. It's more for me. It's more information. So there's the SQL got halted at 9:30 plus 43 seconds. Typically, and it's a volatility halt. So typically they are 5-minute halts. So if it is, it'll open at 9:35 plus 43 seconds. Okay, I'm seeing again lag on our charts. They're aware of it. All right, guys. So NCLH could be interesting over 17. Let's see now. What's the high looking left? 1716. And then after that, we've got 1854. So this is more like a sympathy play with RCL. RCL released earnings today and had a nice pop up. So keep an eye on NCLH 17. In fact, I'm going to put an alert around 1719 and see if it takes that out a little bit later. Shady KPRX triggered. Let's take a look at KPRX. Well, it certainly has a huge potential gap fill. So the next high looking left is 750. So let's see if this holds 5. Now it's just below the VWAP, 524. All right, guys, LAC, shoot, I actually kind of missed it. LAC just showed up on my 10-day daily breakout right here, 2660. So it's at 2670. No big move. It's a little early for me, but I'm starting to maybe, if I get something in here, I may take it a little bit earlier than I'm accustomed to. Um, this is now the only problem I've got is that on that weekly chart, no, there's room. Certainly room on the daily, 20 to 28. Is that right? 2734 is the next high looking left. So, there is some room. Actually, I'm wrong. 2675 is the next high looking left. And this is the company that last week, I think was this day right here on the 31st of January, GM announced was it 650 million or 620 million investment into LAC. Okay, guys. Well, there's AI now. AI at the symbol is now below yesterday's low. Well, there's 1,000 shares to short on this one. I think traders have seen right through this. I think we're, with the AI PRs that are coming out fast and furiously. I mean, I think traders are starting to see, okay, maybe one, maybe two a day, but certainly not every one of them, and maybe none of them. It might be over. Now this is a lifetime low for MYSZ. Remember, this popped up on that fluffy news up to 430, right down to 250. And wow, so SQL open, guys, 235. Wow, what a incredible move, 335,000 or 335%. And yeah, they halted again. The minute it's now, it's not showing up on our halts resumes as another halt. I guess it happened too quickly. Saw this one in the pre-market, but it was just hovering around $1. But anyway, here's SLQT, and this is okay, it's an earnings play. Didn't realize it was an earnings play. So it is an earnings play for SLQT. Let's back up this weekly chart to take a look to see where the next high is. $1.30, a little bit close for me. Give me a moment, guys. Here, guys. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I'm just conversing with development here. CVNA, I saw was actually it had a pop in the pre-market, but now it's starting to give it up. CVNA. Oh, I see. BBBY was actually halted. I did not realize that. So the memers are trying to prop this up again. Here's your level. I mean, if you look at the pre-market, you look around that $4 level, and maybe if it gets through that, it might have another run in it. Maybe. Okay, so SQL just resumed, guys, and this is a bit of a drop now because it got halt. I don't know what the halt price was, but not a big collapse yet, though. SQL, not a big one. Well, and there's NCLH. So there is. I had a price alert. Yeah, you know what? And that is okay. So it's above the highs of 2 and 3 days ago. Okay, just a little bit. 1716. Like to see it clear just a little bit more. Lots of volume coming in. Definitely a sympathy play with RCL. RCL, let's take a look at RCL, see if it's still, is it giving it up at all? No, no, look at this move for RCL. I mean, this was already a good move. Market open, lots of volume coming in. It's a big float, quarter of a billion in the float, so it is a big float. Okay, guys, sympathy play, NCLH. Let's see if it has any sort of a run in it. Because, and all I'm looking at now is this 1854. Again, I'm not telling anybody to take this trade. Okay, guys. Okay, I've just taken some off at the 1740 mark from about that 1723 for the NCLH. It's a sympathy play, but I don't usually take trades in the first 15, but made a little exception on this one. And notice, I'm not telling anybody to take trades. I'll point some opportunities out, And if it makes sense to you, your trading plan, look at VRAX, guys, VRAX. Next high is 130. All right, AMC, a bit of a, well, not a bit of one, bit of a drop here. I read some news last night, I think, how they're trying to introduce three-tier pricing depending on where you sit, and restricted views, nosebleed. I mean, it was kind of crazy. And that was AMC. If NCLH can have one more little lift here. When do they have earnings, actually? NCLH? This is a complete sympathy play. February 23rd, so they do have in about 2 weeks from now. Well, the memers are taking a bit of a hit today with GME, AMC, and Bed Bath and Beyond. Not, yeah, there are two, JA. Maybe you don't have them, but there they are. LAC 2660 did not break out, not yet anyway. But I'm going to stick an alert at that around the area. Maybe it happens later. And then, of course, this one SQL, but that would have been really hard to get. And SQL is halted, I think, on the way down now again. All right, yeah, I mentioned this VS in the pre-market, so it has now cleared that high of 114, and this was, of course, a crazy one a few days ago. Got up to 340, 334 actually was the high of 4 days ago. They did it, then they laid a financing on everybody, and now it's trying to recover. So this is I'm wrong, sorry, I'm wrong. ARCC, guys, ARCC, this is an earnings play. ARCC is an earnings play. Over that whole number, 500 million in the float, so it's a big float. Looking left on the weekly chart, to me, there's just too much resistance. Too much resistance. I look left on that weekly chart, I see stuff around 2030. We're at 2010 right now, so I'll take a pass on it. Ooh, is CVAC shortable for me? It's not showing up for some reason. Just give me a moment. No, not instantly shortable for me, unfortunately. Look at CVAC here, guys. I mean, look left. Look at the gap underneath, 687. It's just not shortable for me right now at Interactive Brokers. All right, NCLH, it got to that 1750. I guess you could have had your pick between CCL and or NCLH. I picked NCLH because it was just over that whole number. APRX is halted, yes. How do you turn? Well, with our Halts resume scanner, okay, typically a stock is halted for 5 minutes, JA. It's a question from our YouTube room. How do you determine what price a halted stock opens at? So first of all, usually there are 5 minute halts, okay, that's number one. Number two, this is not written in stone. I know I say that all the time, but this is from Interactive Brokers. So this is showing me the halt at 563, and it's on this side, you see 560, 560. I doubt if it's going to open there. But again, you can see how this number changes. It's not written in stone, so it's not like definite that this is going to open in 5 minutes or less now at 5:57. You see how that just changes. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. Now, if you're in this one at 563, of course, what you'd love to see is a huge, like 580, 596 in the bid ask. But we just have to wait and see how it's going to open. And a low float, guys, 1.5 million in the float, so a very, very low float, and a ton of room looking left. 750. And as always, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. It's just that, we can take out chart resistance as one reason for a stock not to keep moving higher, among the many other reasons, but at least we can take that out of the equation. Earnings play. So what Zach would say, if he would say, okay, this is an earnings play though. This is news driven, ARMK. So LAC did not pop at all. In fact, it's actually dropping. Okay, guys, there's KPRX just opened. Just opened. KPRX just opened. Okay, wow, this is very whippy all over the place now. All over the place. It popped up to 6 and then it came right back down here. So be really careful. Certainly indicative of a low float, 1.5 million in the float. Over 550 again, I may take it. Now that was a big drop, but let's see. That was the halt price at 550. It was the news again. So IND application approval, phase 2 study of their, it was an eye drop or something. Okay, I'm just going to keep an eye on this one just in case it has another flurry, but it doesn't look that promising right now. It's got a whole 488. Well, when I say that, if it doesn't hold 488, look out below. So this is not shortable for me. Wow, look at that LICN now. What a disaster IPO now. 287, $4 IPO, 287 now. Well, when you get it, yeah, I mean, but the AI, listen, AI Holly is not the be all and end all, believe me. I mean, you'll have an alert. So this is what it looks like. You have an alert. There's an entry, you have a stop, and how you manage it will be on your own. There's no magic bullet to it. Okay, so there's ZH 159. It's at 168 right now. Okay, but there is. I don't want to. I'm not going to mislead anybody. There's not a magic bullet for it. Now, also, if you're talking about, looking at one of these, like this KPRX, again, I'm going to nag everybody to death on these things, but when you have a low float, 1.5 million, yeah, they're wonderful when they move up on you, but they're not so great when they move down. So, it may be that, that's a sort of, you're new to trading. And while it's exciting, and I've got to do this because, we've got all sorts of different trading styles and traders in the room. So it's not like I can just say, well, for anybody new, don't look at these, but you're going to see them here. But as I've said many times, sometimes you miss the initial pop, but if it pulls back to a certain, maybe a moving average or to the VWAP or something, it might set up later on in the day. Right, NCLH. I mean, I talked about NCLH. I mean, I'm not going to tell anybody to take a trade, but all I said was, if we get the chart loaded, all I said was this. Here's the high. 3 days ago was 1716. I put a price alert there at 1716, and when it hit it, I wasn't staring at the chart. I got the price alert, clicked on the price alert, brought up the chart, and I said, okay, like what I saw. It looked like it was holding that level. The next, the main reason I'm in this is because of the 1862 over here, and also the fact that RCL, it's a sympathy play to RCL. I can't lay it any more than that. But did I absolutely 100% know it was going to go from my buy at 1724 up to 1753? Of course not. And this has been pretty steady. I mean, look at the 15-minute chart. There was really no real big pullbacks. Yeah, remember how Holo was flying a few weeks ago? Remember this, guys? Went from what, 260 all the way up to 17 something? And now the big crash. Wow, NCLH, this is turning into just a great play. Nice one, Jamie. Cruising now. I like it. Well, it's nice when a like I call this a mini plan comes together. I didn't know NCLH is not showing up on, well, it is now, but it was not showing up on anything really for me in the pre-market. But knowing that RCL had earnings, my first and no and seeing this beautiful run, my first inclination was, well, let's check the other two, see what's happening. That was it. So ever since the beginning of the year, look at this, right at the beginning of the year, January. From January, I mean, it's been just an amazing, and I haven't seen this move. I really have not seen it. I've been following it. What happened is they didn't, I guess they just didn't move enough on these days because I didn't see any specific alerts for them. All right, well, KPRX is trying to come back a little bit here, guys. 550 could be an interesting level, but you get into any one of these really ones with very, very low floats, just don't take very many shares, because you probably should have wider stops if you're going to do it. Otherwise, you just get stopped out too many times. Those shorts available for me with HOLO, HOLO. Oops. Well, let's see, 439. Yeah, I sort of missed the boat in VS. I mean, it's just hard to do so many things at once, but that was another one which, I said, now, it's certainly more risky than the NCLH with that float, but it's the whole idea, guys, just, look left. And when a stock breaks over, a high of a couple, 2, 3, 4 days ago, it gets interesting, especially if there is the next high looking left is way above it. I mean, it's a real simple way of looking at the market. It doesn't work all the time, of course, but I mean, notice the similarities between that and NCLH. Okay, takes out that high right there of 3 days ago. You look left, and you've got this big potential fill up here. Same as VS. Okay. I'm interested in the KPRX over that 50 cent mark, but I don't know if it's going to make it there again. And why? Because that was the initial halt at 550. That was the initial halt. So I'll stick an alert around 558, see if it takes it out later on. But understand, if I get the alert, doesn't mean I just pile into the trade. I just want to know if it hits that level again, then I can make up my mind, see what's happening. Is it doing it on volume or is it just, no volume? All right, let's see. This Conagra, I know that's on Zach's bouncers also. 35.72. That was a nice one. Oh, hey, what's happening with this one? AMRN, big float, 375 million in the float. Big run so far. 190. Well, it looks more on this 15, but it's not that much really. 195 to 212. The next high looking left is 213. Wow. I mean, if it takes 213, 213, yeah. I mean, if it takes out, keep an eye on this one, guys. I mean, the next high is 213, so it's basically there. And then look left on that weekly chart, and the next high is 276. So it is a big float. So I don't anticipate like a massive move, but something's giving it somebody wants this right now. Yeah, mails a letter. Okay, so I'm wondering if this, I don't know, this Sarissa Capital probably is a short seller of some sort, slamming the company. But that was on the 6th. That was yesterday, or was that after hours? No, that was during the day yesterday. And so trying to defend, obviously, whatever Sarissa was saying. This is on the third disregard for shareholder interests. Okay, so they're in a bit of a fight here. Oops, let me get rid of that. Yeah, here's my homepage. I mean, you can use that, I suppose, but this is my homepage link. All right, guys. Well, still got some of the NCLH, and I'm just wanting to see if it can move a little bit higher here. 100 for Amazon. Joke here, but I don't even know what Amazon's doing right now. Wow. No support. Wow, broke down through 100. Whew. Well, that's pretty bad, guys. I mean, earnings have happened already, so what's going to prop this stock up now? I mean, the next low is 96.75. I'm not saying that's support, but right now nobody wants it. Nobody wants Amazon. I mean, long term, you could look down here around 80, but yeah, this is not good. And that's why I wait anyway. KPRX, I was waiting to see if it would take out 550. I didn't try to anticipate that it would. Yeah, I'm getting tired of this. I didn't try to anticipate that it would take it out. And look at this. Big drop now. Hey, I'm all out of the NCLH, guys. That's it for me and NCLH. This market starts to drift down. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys. Let's see. What else now? All right, let me take a look at some of these ones from the racing now. We're now 45 minutes in, so maybe start to establish some kind of pattern. I know somebody was mentioning Lucy earlier. Another low float, 2.3 million in the float. A few days ago, it got up to 5. Well, gotta hand it to the memers on the Bed Bath and Beyond. They have not given up yet, and I think there's an area that if it broke through, you can see on the in the pre-market, that four to 430 level. Remember, it did get up to 7 yesterday. Not absolutely suggesting anybody take this, but yeah, this is a gap down in reverse now for Bed Bath and Beyond, BBBY. Meanwhile, the market is Nas is down a little, Dow's down, SPY's down. Okay, so this is an earnings play, guys. This is really interesting to me. This is not an all-time high, but it's it's close. BRBR is an earnings play. It's showing up on the 10-day daily breakout, and the trigger was at 31.37, so it hasn't moved very much from there. Spread's a little wonky, 31.30. Well, it's not terrible for a $31 stock. It's 10 cents. So this is definitely of interest to me. When I look left, I don't see very much resistance. I have to go back 32.24, so about a dollar away, and this is back in September of 2021, so quite a while ago. Bit of a spread issue. I mean, 31.29, 31.39. I mean, it's not terrible, but I tend to shy away when I see that, because they can just drop that bid. But it is an earnings play, so it should be active all day. Relative volume is 10, so you can see right off the bat it does not trade very much. It's trading, that's 10 times normal up to this time of the day, and that's 839,000. So typically it's only trading 83,000 in theory. So this does not trade very much. Though, I mean, it was over yesterday. What was it, a million? So I guess it does trade a million. Okay. All right. What I'm going to do with this one is just stick an alert around that 31.35 mark. That is where it showed up on the 10-day daily breakout. But you can see what happened. I mean, it popped up. I didn't even realize this. I mean, it popped up to 31.93 from 31.37. It popped up to 31.93 and then came right back down. So that's not a confidence booster right now. And you can see NCLH is right back down, guys. So hopefully, people, you took your profit on that. All right, guys, BRBR. I'm still interested. I want to see if this can have any sort of a pop here. Yeah, the spread like 29.42 now. They're making it a little difficult. Now with IB, you can kind of put a bit in between. Okay, I took some, guys. I took some of the BRBR. Able to get sort of a in between. And I'm just doing it because it's an earnings play. So we'll see what happens. Got to move pretty quickly. All right, what else is happening as I'm waiting to see if this can move at all? There's another one, guys, is showing up. I'll bet you they're going. Yeah, look at this. Okay, guys, staff, STAF, guess what their press release says? It's use of artificial intelligence. How about that? Yeah, I'm not liking the BRBR right now. To give it just a little bit more. It hasn't quite hit my stop. But anyway, STAF, another low float, 2 million in the float. Well, let's see. Now you look left, 361. Let's take a look at this weekly chart just in case it does, it could be the one that traders pile into. 382 looks like the next highs. All right, I'm out of the BRBR, guys. Took my loss on that. Might look at it later if it gets back over that 31.37, but the spread is going to have to really tighten up for me. Again, I was sort of bound and determined that I was going to take some of these today, no matter what. So, and I picked the day that none of them are really moving. All right, another halt here, GDC. What do they do? Can they possibly? No, I would think that they're not going to have an AI type alert or PR support activities for non-metallics. Okay, so GDC next high looking left is 609. This was a new, I guess, a new issue a few weeks ago. GDC. All right, yesterday's Omer. Omer, guys, OMER on the move again. And 560. 560 is the next high looking left on the weekly charts, it looks like. So it's got a little bit of room. And that is showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. I wish there was more room. Great move though. What pharmaceutical? I don't know if they had any news yesterday. Wow, look at Bed Bath and Beyond now, guys. We're saying that you're trying to challenge that $4 level. Oops, that's Best Buy. What am I doing? Well, look what happened. It almost got. I mean, what did it get to? Got up to 388. I was saying that four level. If it could get through that, that could give it some more room to move, but not. It doesn't look good today now for this one. with a 0 price target, put 100 by Wedbush. I love it. Downgraded from 1. Yeah, Hertz, one of the few companies that emerged from bankruptcy and get back onto NASDAQ. They were relegated to the pinks for I don't know how many years after their bankruptcy and all that, but yeah, they've certainly resurrected themselves. So that was the reason, 200 mil, that's a big 60 million in the float. So that is, yeah, okay. It's just this little area over here. I wish it weren't there. So staff is still halted. Is that right? Staff is still halted. So this is looking like a 10-minute halt anyway. Halted at 10:21 plus 58 seconds. So there's Holo resuming. Wow, look at the pop for Holo, guys. Oh man, look at them. Look at the pop for Holo after it came out of its halt. Now, William, I can't remember. Were you were long this, but you're probably not long anymore, are you? Like you were. Crazy action for this Holo, guys. Crazy. 408 up to 6, $2 pop, almost going positive now. Big volume. So we're back to our little bit of a choppy action on the SPY again, guys. I mean, the trend is down, but we've got these topping tails and bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. So we're getting back into that kind of choppy action. Okay, BRBR, you are coming back again. What's the spread like? Yeah, man, that spread 31.30, 31.47. I mean, it just make it difficult. Of course, it won't matter if it tacks on a couple of dollars, but Still have Omer, OMER on my radar, maybe on a like 525 or something, get back up to that level. I think I'm just going to have to resist on this BRBR unless something happens later on in the day. Give me a moment, guys. Just trying to adjust some of my thumbnail charts, changing up some symbols now. And so Holo resumed. Let's see, did it drop? Boy, what a an erratic day for it. HOLO. Okay, somebody mentioned IVDA. Yes, IVDA. Yesterday's high was what? 226. The high was on the weekly chart is 213, so it's sort of at that high. But yesterday it did get up to 224. Okay, Omer getting a little frisky again. MER. See if we can get back into the 20s. I mean, I have to have some faith that one of these will work today after 5 great days in a row on the 10-day daily breakout. Yeah, just stay away, guys. I mean, Holo halted now on the way down. Over, guys, getting, interest. Wow, I'm so glad I did not take a bite off that BRBR. The spread, guys, you get something with a bad spread, just, forget about it. I thought maybe the spread might tighten up. but it didn't really. Wow, Frog. I don't know this one at all. J Frog Limited. What the heck did they do? J Frog. Okay, well, whatever they do, earnings play. Market's reacting very poorly to it. The next low looking left is 23.10. Is that right? Boy, this has got some room underneath, guys. Is it shortable for me? It is shortable, 1.69 million shares, so that's not an issue. So this is an earnings play. And again, the next low is 23.14, so not quite $1 away. Let's see what it does here at 24. Oh, we're getting interesting again, guys. OMER. It has room to 560. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. Anybody trade Tesla here? I don't, but let's take a look at Tesla to see if there's anything interesting happening. Tesla? Nothing really. I mean, it's had a bit of a drop, but it's only 1.2%, but just an absolutely amazing run. Basically a double, almost a double from the end of, basically a double in about a month. That's January 6th, about $100, and almost gets up to 200. Yeah, I would say that bounce plays are, let's take a look at Canada Goose 2019. Am I too late? Am I too late? Sorry for the delay in the charts, guys. I'm struggling with this. I'm under development build and I'm definitely a guinea pig in this. So I don't, hopefully your charts are not delayed like this. If they are, let me know. Can I get a bunch of you saying that they are? I mean, they have to be delayed like the same way. Please let me know because I want to copy and paste this and let the developers know. Put it in the general market talk, like Don said they are. So if you're running into issues with the charts not loading quickly, please just pop this into. And it really depends on the server sometimes too, and maybe even the build you're on. Like Bill in our YouTube room says the charts are acting normal, no delay. So sometimes it depends on the server. And believe me, I'm the biggest critic. Don't think just because I work for Trade Ideas that I slough this off. It's very frustrating for me. And they know. Okay, Canada Goose, guys. Canada Goose 2019. Let's see if this has a bounce. I mean, it's right at that whole number. Take a look at Zach's SLQT, SLQT. I'm sorry, Dax, not Zach. SLQT. See, this is the lag I'm talking about. Okay, I mean, it's unacceptable. SQL, let's take a look at SQL. I mean, it's had a tremendous run. Trying to hold the VWAP, maybe 169. You're right. I mean, it's not the VWAP, but we have a topping tail. Remember, the buyers tried to take it over two, and the sellers have knocked it down right back down to that VWAP. So, right now, hard to know the direction. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I don't know how many brokerages will have a lot of shorts available for this one, SQL, not counting Centerpoint or Cobra. But with that topping tail, yeah, that could be ominous. I mean, the buyers try, but the sellers have knocked it right back down to the VWAP. I don't know, maybe keep an eye on this ARBK. I mean, this had a big day yesterday, of course. It sold off a little bit, 325, closed at 269. Um, After hours, yeah, it could be a lot of resistance right around 270. So, boy, this Omer is just looks like it wants to take off, but it just got to get into the 30s, I think, the 530s for it to take off a little bit more. Nordstrom's, I didn't even look at Nordstrom today. That was a beautiful short yesterday for a lot of us, certainly myself. Yeah, so look, you're talking about taking out yesterday's low. So I'm going to stick an alert there, 22.94. Looks like that was yesterday's low. Yeah, so the anchored VWAP, I don't use it, Rob, but I believe it is, where is that anchored VWAP? It's going to be somewhere. There it is. Okay. So if you click on the little, in the chart, if you click on the pencil, okay, thank you, Patty. Yeah. Click on the pencil and then you'll see the little anchor. Okay. Now you can do your anchored VWAP, okay? And don't ask me how to use it, okay? I mean, you can ask me, but I don't use it. If it can, if I can figure out a way to use it to make money, I'll do it. But right now, I just don't want to confuse myself about putting anchored VWAPs all over the place. How do I get rid of it now? Ah. Anybody in this room or the rooms, anybody using that anchored VWAP? And if you are, how are you using it and is it successful for you? Well, Goose, I don't think has bounced. I don't think Goose, oh, a little bit of a bounce, a little bit of a bounce. 2019 was the alert, so 2028, a little bit of a bounce for Goose. GOOS, Canada Goose. 2078 is or 2091 is the VWAP, so I guess it's got some room. All right, guys, Omer. Omer looks just got to get into the 30s. One moment, please. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know why I had myself on mute. I wonder how long. Okay, let's do this again. All right, so I just put my homepage link in. Or I can start again. So if you want to take out a subscription, use this promo code Barry15 for 15% off. Click on the Get Trade Ideas. 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. Annual premium, 2,000. Annual standard, 1,000, less the 15%. And I was just pointing out, definitely a nice one from the AI here, 113, 128 on the SLQT. But I was pointing out it actually got stopped out, okay, at the beginning, and then it came back. That's why use this like a watch list. You don't have to take out an annual. You want to go monthly, that's fine. 118, 228. Less the 15% for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, you will pay this going forward. But at any time, if you do want to go from a monthly to an annual, we'll honor the 15% promo. Okay. And as always, if you do take out a subscription, please do the get started first. That's the first thing you should do. 10 short videos, download and install your first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic, etc. Okay. You must do that first. If you're new to trading, this is a great free resource for you. Trading 101, Michael Noss. In fact, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I do take my break. So he put this together. So I really recommend, if you're new to trading, take a look at this course. It's all free. Talk of the day video I do. You can sign up for that. That's free, of course. Trade of the week, free. Let's see, what is the trade of the week? It is ZYME. Let's take a look what it's doing. I think the trigger was 970. Yeah, so yesterday, I mean, it got up to what? 1013. How you trade it will be up to you. They are designed for longer term holds, but I mean, you know, if I were trading this and I got in at 970 and it popped up over 10, I'd probably take some out. But anyway, it is a free service and it gets delivered to you about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. Now, if you sign up for this service and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder and or if you have Gmail, your promotions folder. Big education section here. So there's our user guide. There's that getting started again. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and about the racing, okay? Obviously, we have a lot more information in the guide, but you don't have to learn everything in the guide. But I would absolutely make sure you know what an alert window is, a top list window, and our stock racing. There's that getting started. So as I mentioned before, the daily support session. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Somebody else takes over for me in our YouTube room. On Tuesdays, it's Michael Noss. I will confirm that. Some of you might know Michael. But I will confirm that, and I'll put the YouTube link in the pro room and in our Discord room, so you can head over and listen to Michael between 12 and 1. Here's our free trading room. Educational videos. We have more educational videos here about trade ideas. And last, here are my scans. Okay, here are the scans that I'm sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. Here are the 2 races that you see. I've been talking about my 10-day daily breakout, which not getting as great alerts today. Probably the breakdown. I haven't really checked the breakdown. Problem is, I think Holo and my size were not shortable for me. But I do have other scans that I am sharing. So if you decide you want to take out a subscription, please use my homepage link, use my promo. This is a free room, so the room will get credit. I'll get some credit. And also though, if you save my link, then you can take a look at my scans and the education section at any time. Okay, let's see. So what is Trade Ideas? A bit of a lull now for me. What is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. And I'm going to emphasize the fact that we're a scanner. There are a lot of screeners out there, okay? Screening filters, whatever you want to call it, a lot of screeners out there. And I'll explain what the difference is. We also have a lot of other alerts that are scans that we have created. Now, I clicked on new from our toolbar, then I clicked on dock channel bar, and these are all theme-based channels. You can click the show more and you'll see more of them. These are all theme-based channels. So let's take a look at the momentum channel as an example. So this is the momentum channel. This is the layout. So here's VRAR as an example. My guess is it's gonna pop somewhat. Here we go. Look at that daily chart for VRAR. Wow. So this is an example. Now, my scans that I'm sharing and any scan that you see here, if you want to see what it's looking for, all you have to do is right click, configure, and then summary. So this is what I'm saying. This is the screening aspect, the filters. So if a stock is between $1 and $50, the current volume is at least 3, the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, etc. If all these filter values are met, and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's the scanning. We get a real-time alert. Okay. This is the last alert that happened. So when I loaded this channel, the last alert was at 10:57, and for VRAR, there hasn't been one since. Why? Well, because no other stocks have met these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. It's that simple. If you like, now I am sharing this scan, but what I'm trying to show you really is that if you go to the different channels, you might see a scan you like. If you like it and you want to, there's VRAR just making another new high. Obviously, you can see it right there, guys, right there. So if you like this scan, any scan that you see, if you like it, you just have to right click and then you duplicate it into a free floating window. Doing that takes it out of the layout. Let me try to answer Infinity's question regarding the chart. Wow, look at this VRAR. This is pretty classic as I'm demonstrating, this move here. Um, Let me try to answer. I think, okay, so you can display, if the question was, can you display the prior day close? Okay, so it'll be a line on the chart, Affinity. Okay, so the question was, can you show on the chart the previous day's close? So if you right click on the chart, so if I right click on this chart right now and I click select chart style, okay, and then in style, you see there's something that says display prior day close. And now I can pick a color, okay. And so on the chart, there is yesterday's close, that little line there, okay. You get that, Spinity? I could do it again. Okay, so go to a chart, right click on your chart, go to select chart style, and then style is the default. And if you look down, it says display prior day close. Now, if you don't see that, then maybe it's a version of Trade Ideas you have to be on. I don't know what version you're on, but and also I don't know if this is available. If you're using the web-based version, I don't know if that's available. Probably not. Okay, you got it? Okay, good. and then just put whatever color you want. So here's another one that just showed up here in the momentum MHLD just made a new high. And look at this, poop, it popped. So again, if you like this, where did I put it? Give me a moment here as I try to find it. Okay, so if you like it, this any scan that you see the way it is, then you can just save it to your cloud. Or if you right click and click on configure and then summary, again, this is going to show you what it's looking for, but you may not like the price range. So you just left click on that icon and you can change the price. Let's make it 10 and 100. And by the way, this is not, I'm not trying to show you every aspect of trade ideas. I'm just giving you an overview. Just give me one moment, please. And you say, okay. So now it is changed to 10 and 100, and now you can save it to your cloud if that's what you want. So you can either take it the way we've designed it, or you can make some adjustments. And then you file, save or share to cloud, save it. Now it's in your cloud. So the idea now is that you can go to the different channels and you can start selecting maybe some scans that we've created. And then you can bring them back from your cloud one at a time and create a layout from them. So you don't even have to know how to create any scan from scratch if you don't want to. If you want to create your own scans, of course you can. If I right click now on an alert window and instead of clicking on summary, I'll click on search. Just give me a moment, please. So now do not get hung up on how many alerts, real-time alerts that we have. We've got a lot of them. It starts off with a new high and a new low. If I scroll down, you don't have to learn them all. Don't get hung up on that. You see these icons? Here is the screening aspect, the filters that we have, okay? Why do we have so many? Well, majority of our customers probably do not want to have to create or learn a programming language in order to create scans if they want to create their own scans. So we try to create enough alerts and filters that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for, okay? But again, do not get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. So notice that in this one right now, VRAR is not showing up here because it's not $10. Right, I made a change. Now the other thing, if you make a change here, wow, look at this VRAR. Nice demonstration of a real-time alert. If you make a change here within the layout, okay, make a change like I just did, maybe 10 and 100, or increase the volume, or add a filter, subtract a filter. While you're on the channel, yeah, the change is maintained. But if you leave the channel, go to another channel, and then you come back, your change is not saved. The reason being is that these channels are for everyone. And the fact you might want to make a change to something is not necessarily what everybody else wants. Okay? And notice how the racing is picking these ones up, the VRAR and you just saw them in the momentum channel. You just saw them. The racing is picking these up also. Well, y'all meaning me, I use interactive brokers. Many use interactive brokers, but I'm sure it's all over the place. Yeah, look at this SPY ripping. Yes, look at this thing go. NAS is up, Dow is still down. The SPY is basically flat now. Now, the racing, let me just go over the racing. And why I think if you're new to trading, this is a great way to start because it gets you to focus just on a few stocks. And you will not miss anything that is moving quickly, certainly not in this particular race. These are two races that I'm sharing. Every race starts off from a top list window, okay? A top list window. The function of a top list window before racing was if I wanted to see say the stocks that were up the most from the open, as long as I had that as a column header, which I do, change from the open percent, I could double left click on it and I could sort and I can see that GSUN is up the most from the open today, 39%, with these filters, screening. As long as if the price is between 1 and 50 and 200,000 shares minimum traded and up 2% from yesterday's close, that's why these stocks make this list. There's VS, second, 34% from the open. So it's all well and good, but how do you use this to trade? I mean, unless even the ones that are at the top here, unless you stare at it and try to see a percentage move, which would be crazy to have to do, you'll never know what is really moving. Especially if one of these down here, say AMRN at 5.6% from the open. What if all of a sudden it just starts to move? Now it's 6%, now it's 8%, now it's 10% from the open. How would you identify that? Almost, well, it'd be impossible, really. So that's where the racing comes in. You notice that there's a countdown there. It says 2:54. So I run 4-minute races. So this is a little over a minute into this 4-minute race. The stocks that you see at the top and that are you'll see stocks moving up and down. So GSUN, since the race started almost a minute and a half ago, has moved 6.21%. Okay, you would never know that. Staring at a list of stocks. You probably would never know that. You'd never pick that up. But with the racing, you'll always see the ones that are moving. Okay. And you don't have to wait for a stock to be, leading a race. You see something starting to move, just click on it and see what's happening. Look at Sober as an example. Sober, of course, was really, look at these topping tails. It's gone back into that, really tough intraday trading. Sober used to be like this all the time. Look on the weekly chart, the topping tails. But the idea though is that when you just click on something, if you see it in this race and it's moving up, click on it, see what's happening. Now, the beautiful thing is that it creates automatically a top 10 list for you to watch all day. And it's made up of the stocks that win the most races over the course of the day. So you might look at VS and you say, darn, I missed that move at the beginning. Doesn't mean the move is over for the entire day. You might, depending on your trading style, you might look at that and go, okay, it's trying to hold a VWAP. Maybe if it bounces off the VWAP, maybe it's a good looking trade. I mean, look left, it's got the room, obviously. I'm not saying it's going to get up here, but so like, don't fret if you say, oh man, I missed this move. How could I possibly trade it later on? Well, it could come back down to a level, maybe a 200-day moving average, a VWAP. If you're using moving averages, maybe it comes into one. So for instance, if you thought, well, there's that blue line right there is a 10 SMA. You thought, okay, if it goes into that, I want to know about it. So you just put a price alert there. Now this is a lot. If you're new to trading, that's why I'm saying you should take a look at Michael Noss's trading course, okay? And that's why we have a simulator here. That's why we have a simulator here that you can use to practice trading. And you need our downloadable service, not the web-based version of our product. You need the downloadable app, okay? And plus racing is not available on the web-based version. But you can practice, all you need is our standard service. Uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker. So if you're still unsure about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading, you can do so using our standard service. Okay? And it's really simple to use. I'll go into that maybe in the afternoon a little bit, but okay, let's see. This Omer, I mean, all these topping tails, it's got to at one point, it's got to break through, or it's just, buyers, people are going to lose interest, like me. You guys, give me a moment. What time is it right now? Wow, 11:16. It's been a fast morning for me anyway. All right, guys, I am just just checking something. Oh, I see. Okay. Somebody wants custom sound alerts. We have a ton of sound alerts. Boy, look at that BRBR. I mean, it's almost turned into a short. Not almost. I mean, that would have been a great short. Underneath that VWAP too, 3085. It's an earnings play. Boy, it's got some room underneath. Got some room underneath 3085. I'm sorry, not 3085, 2925. Hmm. Okay, guys, SQL is sort of resurrecting itself. SQL looks like the VWAP is really trying to hold. 170 is the VWAP. You can see it got into it a couple of times, 3 or 4, actually 5 times. Looks like it's trying to hold. Again, low float, 76 million. This is traded the float. It's a quick 16 times or so. The high of the day was up here at 240. So, I mean, this could get rocking again. It's some more volume coming in. Probably if I were going to do this, I would have to wait for a two break. That get rid of that whole number. So of course, EXAI has AI in the name. Anything with AI in the name over 10. Yeah, it looks like 1018. Wow, if we could get through all of this, I mean, the next highs on the weekly are way up here at around $13, but maybe too tough to get through all this short term anyway. Wow, that was a heck of a William. Tell me you took goose on the bounce there. That was a great one from Zach Scan. Great one. And I mean, the initial alert came at 2019, and it got down to not that much down below that 20. And look at that bounce. Kind of with the market. And what was I saying? I was saying check the VWAP. Maybe it gets close to the VWAP. Well, it certainly did. Well, I think he was trying to. I think he was getting married or something. That's all I know, Eric. I don't know if he's gone for good or not, but I think he was in the process of trying to get married. Yeah, that's what I didn't want to get too into it, William, but yeah, that's what he said. Grove guys, GROV is cheap one, real cheap one. You're into the cheap ones. This is on the move, GROV, real cheap one. Okay, guys, give me 5 minutes. I'll be back, probably less, but just in case, okay? 5 minutes. Hey, just a few more minutes, guys. All right, guys, sorry about that. Back. Okay, Omer. Boy, what a tease. Reddit is 525 to 530 mark. Look at SQL. It looked promising, but again, it did not take out that two, did it? I put my alert at around two, just over $2. Did not take it out. Ah, well, I was just away. Okay, well, the BGRI went up, but it came right back down again. It's showing up on my 10-day daily breakout at 231, but just not a lot of follow through right now anyway. Okay. Boy, look at this market now, guys. Wow, what a move here. What a big move. Everything's positive, not quite. Dow is still negative. So let's take a look. I haven't done this for a while, but let's take a look at my dot channel bar. And now the change from the open. Okay, so remember, about 10 minutes before the market opens, about 9:20 Eastern time, we take a look at this at the major sectors, how they're performing from yesterday's close. Now, let's take a look at the difference. So this now we're looking at the change from the open. So these are again the major sectors, XLE, energy, and still not bad, but when we looked at this in the change from the open, 100% of them were up from yesterday's close. I'm sorry, from the change from the close. 100% were up from yesterday's change from the close. Now, when you look at the change from the open, it's about not quite 50-50 or above yesterday's or today's open. Look at retail. Holy smokes. Retail is getting hammered. I mean, since they opened, 93% of them are down. Okay. Tech, 67% up. Communications above 50-50, but retail is getting hammered here, guys. I haven't seen any pure retail plays, but as an example, take a look at Macy's just for fun and see what Macy's is doing. Of course, Nordstrom's. Yeah, Macy's not getting hammered, but it's not positive. Nordstrom's. Yeah, it's negative. So if you were going to take a retail play today, right now, we're definitely going against the trend. That doesn't mean that an individual stock can do well, especially if it maybe has earnings or some specific news for it. But right now, if you're taking a look at any sort of a retail play, you're definitely going against the trend if you're trying to go long anyway. RCL hold its gains because boy, NCLH did not. Yeah, look at that. So NCLH did almost the same thing. It was a great opening trade for us. The NCLH has a sympathy play to this cruiser, RCL, but look what it's doing. And the same thing is happening with NCLH. Omer, 30, 530. By the way, Tank, I'm sorry to say I'm not in the IMUX anymore. I may look at it again if it gets over 3, but I'm not in it anymore. That yesterday's big move and then decided to drop, and I thought, you know what? I can always get back in over 3 if I want. Still turned out not badly, in at 235. Omer. Now you're in the 30s. Yeah, I'm not giving up on it completely. I mean, I've got an alert set at $3 for it. So if it gets back up over three, all right, so BGRY got held up by the VWAP. Looks like $2. There's the VWAP, $2, and it got into the VWAP after the big pop up, pulled back into the VWAP, and now moving. All right, guys, I just want to confirm it is Michael that will be in our YouTube room. I'll be taking my break in about 20 minutes. Ooh, this one, ASC, this is almost an all-time high. ASC, almost an all-time high. I guess the all-time high is here at 1632. So this is having a nice couple of day run. ASC, probably a low float. Actually, well, 30 million, not high, not low. How much is a smidge these days? All right, so Michael is still going to be in our room at noon. Okay, so in about 20 minutes, Michael Noss will take over for me in our YouTube room while I take my break between 12 and 1 o'clock. I'll put the YouTube link in the two rooms so you can head over and listen to Michael. Well, I guess okay, there are a couple. I did not, I mean, you heard me talk about the Omer at length, so there's the 520, so it's an okay. Here was the one though, I guess, VRAR 624, and what did it get up to? 663. It still looks like I think this is an AI play. Of course it is. The Glimpse Group unveils integration of conversational artificial intelligence, of course. So what do these guys do? Do they do anything with that also? BGRY? Yep, another one. Pure AI play. Okay, so there is now. Do they have? They don't have anything to do with Berkshire, do they? Well, the next high. I mean, it. I mean, it's got room in theory to about three. Okay, BGRY, BGRY, in theory. Oh, there are shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for staff. I think I'm a little late though. Yeah, well, the alert came at 280. It's at 271 right now. Let's take a look left. 270. Yeah, it looks like there's pretty good support around 260. So that makes it a no-go for me. I'm talking about this is in the 10-day daily breakdown. Well, black now has turned into a bit of a short here, guys. Maybe again underneath that 200, underneath the VWAP, 25. That's too far away. 25.91. I thought it might have been a little closer. Coming into the 200 day though, 24.24. So that's about $1 away from the 200-day moving average. Tom Z from DAC. Tom Z. Let's take a look at Tom Z. Well, next high looking left is 176 on the weekly chart anyway. Not a crazy low float. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'm just looking at a discussion that's happening. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Again, just internal discussions happening. What time is it now? 11:50. So Michael will be in our YouTube room in about 10 minutes. Okay, so the worrisome thing about this BGRY are these topping tails now. Two big topping tails up here. I mean, I'm not saying that they're absolutely going to block buyers from coming in, but buyers had this stock up to the 250 level twice, and the sellers knocked it down both times so far. Eventually, one side will give up, and in this case, the buyer. I mean, the volume is good. Volume is still there. This is a not a low float, 46 million. So certainly not a low float situation. Boy, this has been the best bounce of the day that I can see anyway from Zach Scan and now Goose, and now it's above the VWAP. I keep saying the 200 day above the VWAP. Right. Well, it's okay. Our line, probably because I've got pre-market data here, so it's still just a little bit below the VWAP for the Goose. Missed the boat on this AI short. I don't know about that, Ronald. I think SQL has lost the fight to go up. Now underneath the VWAP, I think. Yeah, I think it's lost that fight for a while anyway. Well, I mean, anyone think it might have another pop this afternoon? Of course it could, but we won't know. And the volume. But right now, you can see there's the VWAP at 171. It was kind of holding for a while, but that right there, that could signify the end for a while anyway. I mean, you would have to think there's massive profit taking. I mean, I don't know if you were in this stock yesterday at 52 cents, and look how long it was just doing absolutely nothing, trading between, well, 30 cents, 50 cents, nothing. There was the 200-day moving average. And then you wake up to this and you go and look at all the volume, 83 million shares have traded. So, if you're any one of these people who had been holding on for weeks, just saying, praying that it would get up to a certain level, well, your prayers were answered this morning. But at some point, you think there's going to be massive profit taking. That doesn't mean that, it's completely over, but the fact that it is now taking out that VWAP looks pretty ominous. Luckily, I will be in nothing at that time, William. I will be on my break, though that's not necessarily so. Sometimes, my dirty little secret is sometimes I do trade. That is kind of a lot of times where I kind of trade on my own when I'm on my break. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, so I'm going to put the YouTube link in. If you want to head over and listen to Michael, he's not there yet, but he'll be there probably in 2 or 3 minutes. So let me just put the YouTube link in. Okay, and I'll also put my announcement in. Maybe we should do this too. How will this look? It won't be clickable, but give me a moment. Just give me a moment. I'm trying to. I'll try something else. I'll try to refine this for tomorrow. Look at that KPRX. Boy, oh boy. Talk about, again, so glad I did not anticipate a certain break. Waited, did not happen, and now it saved me well, not lots of money because I would have had to stop had I done it, but just not the way I trade. I do not try to anticipate a break. Put a price alert in. If it happens, great. If it doesn't, I move on. I'm afraid to look. BGRY, yeah, this is I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, the next high, as I said before, is around $3. Look at AI just really starting to give it up. Well, if anybody took this one when I was talking about it, breaking down through 26 and followed it a little more closely than I did, because that is that's a couple of dollars right there on the way down. All right, guys, it's now noon. Michael, where are you? So I'm going to put myself on mute. Michael's not there yet, but I'm going to put myself on mute in Discord and also our pro room. And you guys in YouTube can continue to hear me. I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. There he is, Mr. Michael Noss himself.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Loud and clear.
How are things going, Barry?
Today's not a great day. I mean, I had a nice long in NCLH early on a sort of a sympathy play with RCL. RCL had earnings, and so I took NCLH. And I took a little long in Omer, but it didn't really do too much. Other than that, I really done not much at all. Took a little loss in a long in BRBR, but other than that, really not haven't done too much today. Haven't felt it, you know.
Well, that's not to toot your own horn there or anything, but that's actually for the people that are listening. That's when you can kind of say that mastery to some degree is achieved, right? Because we all know and remember the time where it's like you like, I have to make a trade. I have to make a trade.
Yes.
You feel like you come in every day, and if you don't make a trade, I can't make any money if I don't make a trade. And I remember one of my old trading mentors always says, "Hey, you'll know you figured it out when you come in, you sit down, and you do next to nothing all day." Right? Because it just means you've got your plan, you've got your setups, you've got the discipline to wait for them, and then just whatever will be, right? There'll be some days where things are popping, and some days where you should go to the pub or the golf course or whatever.
Or to my elliptical.
That seems a little less fun,
No,
but
it is so true though. It really is true. And I have got I really do have tremendous discipline for certain things. And that of course you hear me say all the time, look left, look left. And there are times where stocks just keep roaring right through where I think there's going to be a resistance area and they keep going higher. And I get the odd comment, boy, I guess you should have taken that. And yeah, okay, in retrospect, sure, but it didn't meet my plan. And so many times I have it's worked out more for me by not taking a trade in prematurely thinking that it'll take out a level, or taking it even though when it's close to a level and they just don't work. And yeah, sure, you're going to get the odd one that screams through that resistance area that you think should have been resistance, could have been resistance, not should have been, but could have been resistance. And yeah, you just deal with it. I mean, there's so many opportunities now that I just don't let it bother me anymore.
well, and right, that's the other thing. I think it just comes actually with time in the chair looking at charts. Is you're like,
Yeah.
something crazy will happen tomorrow, right? Some other company will talk about AI, or
Oh yeah.
there'll be a new buzzword after AI is dead. There'll be something else that these little scammy companies are trying to do, and I'll get on that.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's there's a lot of that, I think, as you get older as a trader, where you're like, I missed that one. Tomorrow, something interesting, I'm sure, will happen, right? And it will eventually.
Exactly. Okay, my friend, I'll let you go. I'll now 1 o'clock, or do you got to leave earlier?
No, normal time's fine. You have fun at the
Okay.
pub. Have a
Okay.
couple thinking of me.
Couple on you. I'll have some. I'll have some screech. I know that's Newfoundland, but that's okay. Do they
Yeah,
still
no
make
thanks
screech?
for that
Do
stuff. I
they
have
still? Do
bad
they still
memories.
make screech?
Oh, I'm sure they do. Well, unless it's got canceled for some reason, but
Yeah,
you can't change the Newfoundlanders. I'm sure
that's
they're
right.
on that stuff all the time.
Okay, Michael. Okay, I'll put myself on mute now.
All right, talk to you soon. Okay, everyone. So now that the teacher's gone, for those who are new here, basically we open up the room to live Q&A for an hour. So I'll be here in the next for the next hour, just talking about trade ideas, helping out any support that you guys may have, any issues you guys may be having with the software. As always, we don't have anything prepared, so we appreciate you guys asking questions. We enjoy it because, again, we want to make sure that there's time open for questions. So we definitely don't want to, right? We definitely don't want to, prepare a bunch of stuff to talk about, and then all of a sudden, there's a bunch of questions come in. So ask questions as things go. Usually devolves into, when there's no questions, I'm going to start doing my homework. So, right, if you want me to stop talking about all the charts that I'm interested today, then again, make sure you ask your question. All right. So first of all, I just looked over at BBBY. Man, the most hate I ever get on Twitter is telling people to be careful of this thing. And every time I've been proven right. It's funny. So I actually have a copy. I got a reviewer's copy, or an early copy of Brian Shannon's new book on anchored VWAP. And man, it was it was a really good book. I basically locked myself away all weekend and read it. And B, it really is a very interesting and simplified trading system with this anchored VWAP, which is really kind of cool. So, I just, for fun, slapped an anchored VWAP on the last, what I call the suckers rally, to 30 on BBBY. And look where we stopped yesterday. Just right to the tick. It's, and it's crazy how often I'm seeing this kind of action where an anchored VWAP, and then we just kind of move in from there. Oh, I don't want your Epic Pen update. The Epic Pen I have is fine. All right, to anchor the VWAP from here. So this just represents where the average market participant is from this rally. And we know there's so many bag holders up here, people who got conned into buying and holding this soon to be bankrupt company. And they're probably all sitting there with massive losses in their account saying, hey, if I just get back to even, I'm going to get out. And we know that's wrong. We know you should just kill stocks that aren't working. But when it gets back there, you notice quite often, right, these little rejections occur on this anchored VWAP. So something interesting I've noticed while I was looking at that. And scans for this anchored VWAP stuff will definitely be coming out soonish. But I'm trying to understand the parameters used in beta. I actually saw a conversation. They were asking our data provider how long. It goes back 3 years to look at beta. And no, there's no customization on it. It's just a filter that we grab from our data provider. So you can see a beta right here, number of on Bed Bath & Beyond. So for people who don't know, beta is simply a measure of correlation, and volatility is basically the simplest way to put the two things together. So if you have something with a very high beta, it is going to move more than, in this case, the S&P 500, which is what, generally speaking, all betas are pushed to, right? So But yeah, so it uses 3 years, which is we checked is the most common measurement. 3, some people use 5, but it looks like our data provider used 3 years, and that's the most common measurement. Then when you go to places like Bloomberg or uh, Reuters and stuff like that, they use the same thing. So, aren't they doing an offering? Yeah, they did an offering yesterday just to really screw poor retail. But again, right, that's why when you buy companies in financial trouble, you can expect them to do offerings and to hurt the poor retail holders. What chart you use, what trigger leads to buy? That's a massive, complicated question. But what leads me to buy is I've sat down and I've written up um, a long and detailed trading plan, and then I've tested that trading plan over different markets to make sure that it seems to perform consistently throughout. And that's what I use. So I have a handful of setups that I watch, and each entry criteria is going to be different on your setup. So when you're writing your trading plan, because if you're going to trade, you're going to need to take the time to first sit down and write a trading plan, and then paper trade, which is why we actually include a paper trading module for you guys in trade ideas, right? We think it's very important that there is no one magic answer on this. So we think it's very important that you do trade, or that you do paper trade. And then just test different entry criterias with that. It's going to be different depending on your time frame, your goals, your what do you want to do, how long do you want to spend on the computer, right? How much time you got going on, all that kind of stuff, right? So an analyst said that say the share price is zero. Well, yeah, well, it's you know, you don't, as a company, and again, I'm not a fundamental guy. I don't care about fundamentals. I don't trade off fundamentals. I have zero interest in fundamentals. But um, you know, y- if you're doing an equity offering when your price is already really close to the point where you'll get delisted from the Nasdaq if you don't keep it above a price. Um, if you're doing an offering, then it means you're really, really hard up, right? It's like AMC and their ape dilution, right? So if people don't know, AMC, right, was another one of these meme stocks, people trying to save these awful bankrupt companies. And they tried to do an offering, but they got voted down. So then they did this ape scam, right? Where they basically did the spin-off, and then the spin-off they diluted, right? So as opposed to diluting the equity, which they couldn't, they made these preferred shares and they diluted them as well, right? So it's just a way to hurt retail, but like indirectly in a way that most retail wouldn't understand. And now they're rolling it all back up and doing a whole bunch of other shenanigans. But if you have to raise that amount of money and you have to do it through equity, basically every time you raise, for people who don't know, every time you raise through equity. So if this goes through with BBVY, basically everybody who owns a little bit of BBVY now will own less because they're diluted, right? So they'll own a less a percentage of the company. So raising money and doing offerings is always a net detriment for shareholders. So the only reason that you do it is you think your stock is basically really overpriced and you need the money. Right? So um the when you're doing a raising like that, especially when your company's getting hammered, right? These guys are losing a lot of money. You can see the EPS up here. They're losing a lot of money per quarter. Um, just like hemorrhaging money, and they have a lot of debt, right? So this cash to debt ratio is near zero. So they have almost no cash and a whole bunch of debt, and they're losing money every quarter. So basically what they're doing is they're going to retail and they're saying, hey, if you guys don't buy this offering, if you guys don't prop us up, we're done. So that creates an interesting conundrum for investors. Now, again, we're traders here. That's why we're called Trade Ideas, right? You shouldn't be in this thing if you're a trader, right? It's if you want to trade it, like I know a bunch of people who were trading it yesterday and did great. Today I'm actually looking to short a little bit if it breaks under 3, because this thing could just implode down to 1 super easily. But if you're a large shareholder, now you're saying, okay, well, either I go through with this offering, which is going to hurt me, or the company goes under, and that's going to hurt me. So it's kind of a no-win scenario here for the poor Bed Bath & Beyond shareholders. Again, it's why I always say, if you don't have a trading plan, the market will take your money and you deserve it, right? Because anyone with a plan, even if they were trading it through this crazy stuff, had a plan to get out. So they're long out, right? Anyone who's just YOLOing it and hope they get rich, well, right, you're going to have a bad time. And right, there'll be another after this one goes under, right? There was AMC and then there's GME and there was BlackBerry. I mean, looked at BlackBerry in like a year. Remember, they were going to save BlackBerry too. Right? And it's like this companies actually, they don't lose nearly as much money and they actually have a bunch of cash. But yeah, it's just they're trying to save all these awful companies. And it's like, it's anti-capitalism, right? Capitalism should reward companies that are doing well and they should punish companies that are doing poorly. And if you sell towels, then and you sell them in a big box retail store for a lot of money, you're just going to have a bad time, right? You should probably go under, make room for another innovative, world changing company. Where do I park my uninvested? Yeah, just in cash. So the question is just where do I put all my money if I'm sitting in cash? I just leave it in cash. I'm I can't put it in something like T-bills or short-term CDs or anything crazy like that because for me my cash is my ammo to trade. And if the extra, so say I'm in say I'm in cash half of the year, right? So a CD would get me what, 2% if I was in that for half of the year. If that really makes a sizable difference, then I just need to spend more time working on my trading plan, right? If that's going to be a big deal, right? Generally speaking, when you're trading, you're taking outsized risks to make outsized returns, right? So a couple percent here or there is not something that I focus too much on. So what's this doing intraday anyway? Yeah. You can see that VWAP, every time it got over VWAP here on Bed Bath & Beyond, just got smacked back down. So the real question is it going to break 3, in my opinion, on Bed Bath & Beyond? If it breaks 3 over the next few days, I think you could see 1. They're out there scrambling, trying to see who's going to buy this for what price. So the offering for what price. So I wouldn't be shocked if it actually holds up a little bit. But I think if it breaks through 3, then things could get real bad real quick for this guy. But that's why I use TI Strength, which is the scan that you can see right down here. Because I don't, other than taking a trade here or there for fun, I don't have to worry about any of that stuff, right? This is, so TI Strength is an algorithm that I created that basically just finds the stocks that are the strongest, right? So the idea basically being that stocks that are strong generally continue to be strong and stocks that are weak generally continue to be weak. And there's a bunch of people out there who think the way to go about trading is to buy the weak stuff and hope it turns strong. Relative strength trading, also known as momentum investing or Momentum trading is basically the opposite, right? So instead of buy low, sell high, my synopsis and the way that I take a look at it is try to buy high and sell higher. So as I'm going through this, it's basically just showing me things. And if you look at the bottom chart here, this dark blue line is the stock that I'm looking at. So it's right here. And then this line right here, the pink line, is the S&P 500. So everything you'll see me click through here when I go through this list, you'll see that there's, at least for the short term, there's some outperformance when it comes to SPY. And that's all I'm looking for. Right. One second. I think we're testing some new charts. And I think some things may have got moved around here. Comparison price. Yeah, I want percentage. There we go. So you can see this is pretty much, let's anchor it to the beginning of 2022 here. Right, and you can see that DD is just starting to make it up now. I don't like that line that thin. Let's change that again. Boop, boop. One more. That's probably good there. There we go. So, right, DDD or triple D, double D, not triple D. I think that's a 3D printer. It's just breaking out here on earnings. Again, you can see nice outperformance, finally beating the market. Had this nice run up from 50 to about 70, consolidated sideways, broke out. Now it's consolidating sideways again, may have broken out here. So this is one that I'm watching. It had earnings this morning, so I may give this a couple days, but this is ranked right now number 2 in this relative strength system. So just by going through this, this is mostly where my trades come from now. There's a couple support and resistance scans that I use in the Market Explorer too, but most of my trades actually come from here. Baidu, you can see this massive level here, around 150 for Baidu for a long time. We gapped above that today. This was on some AI talk or something, but if we spend some time up here, it could be a nice little risk reward trade. If we get under 150, it's probably time to go. So yeah, again, that's what I look for. So it'd be interesting to hear your thought about stocks you've been looking at today. Oh yeah, I'm gonna start going through. As long as there's no questions, I'll definitely start going through stuff that I'm looking at. It's me and Barry always talk about when we're switching over, like old man trader stuff. I think we were saying before we even change, one of the old man trader things that I'm feeling right now is that when I was a young trader and everything was going amazing and the trades were just, we're just killing it. I used to think, oh, I figured it out. I'm awesome. The opposite has happened to me now, that when everything is going amazing, I get terrified. And that's kind of what I'm feeling now. Because basically from the beginning of the year to date, everything, it's just the swing trading's been amazing. It's just been absolutely amazing. I was just looking at taking some profits. I think I even talked about this last week. If someone was here last week, let me know. But this was on TI strength, just in this zone right here, right? So just lots of these little trades. Like I'm in this one. What was this price? Yeah, from like 12, and just 2 days later, it's up to 15. Like just everything is. So I have learned, right? There's the whole Zen, I guess, mantra of this too shall pass. Like I know that when everything is going fantastic, that there will be a moment when things stop going fantastically. So I kind of feel that coming. But yeah, I can go through some stuff that I'm looking at. Basically, that rant was just to say I don't know how much I'm going to load up on stuff now. I'm feeling a little bit cautious, but the market's at an interesting point, which I'll get to in a second. So I'm looking TSKE. Yeah, it's too extended for me. Not interested in that. CNA. It's interesting. Insurance companies I know have been strong. It's breaking through a little level here, but still a big move from it. So, question about the back tester. What filters you use for stocks that are trending up? So, that's going to be obviously incredibly time frame dependent. But if you're just looking for stuff that trends, I think your best bet is probably to use moving averages. So just go in here and just type in moving average, and then for whatever time frame, like these are the dailies, here's the 2 minutes, right? I would just go. So say you're, I don't know, scalping intraday, you probably go to the 2 minute moving averages, and make sure your stock's above all these, and make sure all of these shorter term moving averages are over the longer term. That's probably the best way to do it, right? Because you're trying to, the problem with something like trending up or trending down is it's something relatively subjective that you're trying to turn into mathematics. So it becomes a little bit of an interesting question. But I just think for that kind of stuff is just is the simplest way to do it, right? If the short term moving average is over the medium term moving average, which is over the longer term moving average, if all of those things are occurring, then you're probably in a trend. So then it's just finding what time frame uh, is dependent for you. And you're not the same terrible trader from Twitter, are you? There's a guy who makes hilarious little like I don't know, meme videos almost on Twitter, who has the name Terrible Trader. I think he's hilarious. RCL is another one from TI Strength here, but it's pulling in. Yeah, so this is interesting. And I was actually just on a space with a lot of other nerdy technicians, technical analysts like myself. And we started talking about this anchored view app right in here. So again, for people who may have missed the little chat, but the simplest way that I can use to describe anchored view app is it describes where the average market participant is at a certain price. And it's used often by large institutions for performance metrics and things like that, right? If I'm going to go to my broker and say, hey, buy me 10 million shares of Apple, how am I going to know if they got a good price or not? Because they can't just go in and hit a button and buy 10 million shares of Apple and move the price, right? So what you'll see is that because these year to date or these major important anchored VWAPs can become significant, then you'll see a lot of action around them, right? A lot of areas that will be defended, so it becomes a very interesting dynamic area of support and resistance. And again, I'm fresh off reading this great book. If you can get a copy, I guess it's getting sold out constantly on Amazon. But yeah, so I've been watching this for a while. So this is the anchored view app from kind of the all-time highs here in the beginning of 2022. So in January 2022, we have this anchored view app right here. And we broke through it. You can see we broke through it a little bit and then failed. And then we broke through it a little bit and then failed. And we broke through it 2 or 3 days ago. And now we're coming back and testing it. And it's actually acting currently as support pretty significantly. So if we zoom in to that purple line right there, you can see it's actually at 408.80 yesterday and 408.80 today. Same price. And then the low is 408.36. So it's basically as close as you can get to being perfect. And remember, I showed you on Bed Bath & Beyond, it was the opposite. Bed Bath & Beyond ripped all the way up from the anchored view app from that last suckers rally and then sold off dramatically. So the idea is if we start to see some movement off of that, then what you do is you've got a breakout And again, it's kind of lining up with the breakout we had here, a breakout and a pullback and some continuation. So that's what I'm looking at. So just before I start going through different names that I'm watching, that's what I'm looking at for the overall market, right? If we break down under this VWAP, well, I kind of need to see either, some time to go by or a quick reclaim of it before I'm going to really start kind of piling back into things. Because again, um, I've had the hot hand, I guess you could say, but basically, and I think I mentioned this when I was on here with you guys too. I talk in a lot of different places about stocks all day long, but 380 right here was huge. Every time we got below 380, and this was around Christmas time, we either bounced up that day or immediately the next day, but there was some sort of kind of algorithmic or program buying going on around 380. So then as we broke that out of this base, I was just long, like incredibly long. And the same thing is, I know I mentioned this when I was on here. I did some math around this crazy candle that we had on CPI, and I was insanely long in through here. And it's the same thing. I'm still kind of insanely long, like fully, if not a little bit margin long stuff through here. So, um, you know, we may be a little long in the tooth, but it's acting very healthily, right? So we break out of this area, we come back and we test it almost perfectly. Then we break out to a new area and we come back and we test it almost perfectly. Now we're breaking out to a new area. So if we come back in here and we test it and then we bounce, it's again exactly what you want to see in an uptrend. But I want to see that movement off of this level before I start to get too excited, not after. So that being said, but so some things that I'm already watching is X Pro. I was going to say you could use the AVWAP line instead of just horizontal. My favorite pattern. Yeah, and that's what I've been actually using since I've been studying AVWAP. I've been using it for the same thing. Is the I say this all the time if anyone follows me on Twitter. If there's one pattern that I could trade forever, I'll just draw it out here, is if you have an area of resistance like this and price hits it a bunch and then breaks through and come back and retests it and then start to move. That's my favorite setup. The main reason is that I know exactly where I'm wrong, right? If the stock continues to fall, right? If it bounces off a little bit and then falls, I'm like, okay, I'm wrong. It's time to get out. That's easy enough. The fact that it's got to be trend following because it's already broken this resistance. So I'm trading in the direction of the trend. And usually your risk reward from getting in here to having a stop down here, if it gets back anywhere near that high, you're already well over 1 times your risk. And that's kind of what I'm seeing with the SPY. I just need that little movement off as a bit of confirmation. But yeah, this XPRO is one that I'm watching. So this is interesting because they're an oil and gas supporting company. So USO, right, is holding on. You can see this area I have marked here. It's holding on, but kind of barely, right? We're seeing definitely some relative weakness in oil, right? And if we go into, all right, the anchored view app from this high is right over this high here. So if this gets going over here, then maybe oil is going to have another kind of game on. But until then, it's like, I don't know. But OIH, which is our oil services sector, not oil, but the companies that do the drilling and make the oil rigs and that kind of thing, is actually holding this area really, really well. All right, so you can see I just actually drew this out. Kind of my favorite setup is you have this area of resistance here. And if you go back on the chart, it continues to be an area of resistance. And we broke it, and then we came down and we held. So if we start to see a move off in oil services, then I expect XPro to move with it, right? And XPro is actually doing a little bit better because it just broke a couple days ago out of this level. So this is one that I'm watching. I think you're right. Over 20 is probably where I'll look to get in, and then I'm wrong right here, right? So I'm always risking this tiny bit, and then I always ask myself, what are the odds that I can get 2 times that, which seems pretty good here, right?
Michael.
Barry, you're early.
Michael. Well, I'm really because I'm listening to your commentary about the anchored VWAP. So, how would you use that for intraday trading? Like, what would be the lowest time frame? I know we have a 60-minute
Oh,
chart. What would
Barry.
any suggestions how you would
Yes,
use it for intraday trading?
I've actually been using it a lot for intraday trading, um,
Okay.
and I love it. So,
Okay.
uh, let's see, where was it? Was ON yesterday. So again, my favorite setup, and these are the scans that I have here as well. And these are basically just your very basic, right? Stocks up on the day and it's pulling back to VWAP, and then stocks down on the day and it's pulling up to VWAP, right? Um, you know, trade as old as time, right? VWAP bounce. And then I also have here the same kind of thing for pre-market high and low.
And you're using a 1-minute chart.
Yes, because so VWAP doesn't matter based off of time frame, but
No, no.
because it's calculated based off of each candle, the lower candle you go, the more accurate the calculation. But I'm not really caring too much about the candles. But yeah, so then phase, same kind of thing, right? Just scanning for stuff that hits VWAP, trying to take a trade off it. But what I've been doing is actually, and this is something I got from the book. I would work today on ON as well, but yesterday, for example, this was my best trade where it came up on the scanner around here, right? Just strong stock. It had earnings, I think, yesterday. Yeah, you can probably see on the chart here. Yeah, so it had earnings yesterday, pulls back to VWAP. For the entry point, I've actually just been anchoring the VWAP from the high before the pullback. Right, so scroll back again here. You can see eventually, okay, that broke. Hold on. Maybe I'll do it on a 5-minute and then report that bug later. Okay, let's do it today.
And you're not, are you using pre-market? I notice you have the pre-market there up and running. So you're using
Yes,
pre-market?
because I'm only trading stuff with that's both these scans are limited to 3 times normal volume. Those three relative volume. Right. So as this thing is pulling back, I'm basically saying, okay, if it breaks back above the anchored VWAP from the high, then that's where I'm going to pick it up. I'm trying to think of what trade I've taken because I'm actually
So,
up
so, so
today.
it, so it
Oh,
bounced into
AMC.
the VWAP, it bounced into the VWAP, and then if it goes above the anchored VWAP, then you're looking at taking the trade.
Right. So I use it as because the question with this these VWAP bounces I always had is what's my trigger, right? And that's always the problem I've had with pullback trading. I think pullback trading is kind of the best and the safest way to trade, but yeah, the question is always, do you just bid into the pullback and then get, wiped out when the thing keeps going? Like how do you do that?
Hmm.
So what I've been doing is this anchored VWAP here for my entry. So AMC, this is a trade that I took this morning, right? So sold off the open, bounced back into VWAP, which is also kind of this low back here, right? So it's got a area that's going on here. So I anchor a VWAP, and again, for people who don't know on our charts, just under drawing tools, it's a little pen right here. Then this anchor, and then you just click on whatever candle. So you can see I anchored the VWAP to this low candle, and it popped up. So as soon as this candle broke down under the VWAP, that's my entry. So my entry for this one was kind of right here in this area. Worst case stop, if it gets back over that pullback or that anchored VWAP, then I'm out. And you can see this thing just kind of fell apart.
Mm-hmm.
So um, I've actually been loving it as a way to, because I've always had a quest to be a pullback trader. Because again, I think it's probably of all the styles you could do, it may be the most profitable. But it was always, how do I figure it out? Like this was one today that I watched. This RCL was the same thing, right? So we had the big push up, then it came back to VWAP, and the question is, how would I get in this one? So what I've just done, what I did, and this actually kept me out of this, is I anchored a VWAP from the top here, and you can see it just never got close. So the idea basically being is that VWAP, the normal VWAP, the reason that it works as this area of support and resistance is, and I can confirm this as someone who worked in hedge funds for a long time, is it will be how the broker or how the execution trader is rewarded, like what kind of bonus they get. So if I'm a massive institution, RCL did 10 million shares today. So I'm a giant hedge fund. I go to my trader or I go to my institution. I say, hey, I need you to buy me 10 million shares of RCL because the earnings came out and I like the earnings and I think blah, blah, whatever fundamental reason. The question is always, how do you know when or if that trader or broker or whatever got you a good price? And the answer is always, well, what was the VWAP for the day, which represents the average price that someone would have paid for the day. So right now that VWAP is, $73, let's say. So if he comes in and he says, oh yeah, I got you down here at 70 and the average price paid was $73. And I go, well, good job, right? Here's a bonus. Here's a tip for the trade or whatever. If the average price is $73 and he's like, oh yeah, I got you 76. Then I was like, well, right, you suck. Right? I want,
You're fired.
Yeah, I want less. So that's why you see a lot of games around this where, large institutions might spoof orders or, I guess J Powers must be talking, the market's ripping.
Yeah, and is it ever?
So yeah, so you'll see a lot of games around these, and then you'll also see again a lot of this from the highs and the lows of price. And I don't know if you were here for this part, Barry, but if you saw, I drew one out for Bed Bath and Beyond, and I drew one from the last the suckers rally here up to 30, and it stopped right to the tick. Like could not have gotten more perfect than right. The high was 703 and this VWAP was 718. So within 10 cents on a 100% move of this. And it's probably because there's some institution that is just, this is the price that they're trying to get, right? They want to sell. There's a client that says, this thing's going bankrupt, get me out. And they can either anchor VWAP. So the book talks a lot about week to date, year to date, month to date, that kind of thing, because he gave a few example of like Warren Buffett actually trading anchored VWAP or giving it to his broker to trade anchored VWAP to get into Oxy and that kind of thing. So
right. Yeah, he's huge in Oxy, isn't he?
Yeah, and it's I forget where he drew the anchored VWAP from, but you could see that every time it got to that price, I think it was right here. Every time it got near that price, there was just massive buying coming in. And then a couple days later, whatever the time frame was later, Buffett had to report that because he owned so much, he had to report that he bought more. So, this support was basically probably just the execution broker, right? So he said to his broker, he said, okay, I want you to get me, a good VWAP price on Oxy. And that's how the basically they're not doing it themselves anymore. It's programmatic like anything, but they basically probably pull a trigger and say, if it gets to this VWAP, then buy some, right? And if it gets too far away, stop buying, and so on and so forth. So I'm testing.
So Michael,
right?
I guess there's no way we can do this in a more automatic way. So what I'm really talking about is you could not say, okay, start drawing me the VWAP at 9:30 on the 9:30 candle, wherever the high of that candle. I guess there's no way we can do that yet.
Not yet, but
Because what you're saying is that, first of all, you've got your scan that shows you near the VWAP, so that gets you interested. And then
Yeah.
when you click on that alert, then you have to manually draw the VWAP, say from, well, whatever candle you want to start. Say it's a 9:30 candle, and then you draw the VWAP, and then you just and does the VWAP extend itself like the normal VWAP? Like, I'm sorry, the anchored
Yep.
VWAP, does that, so it does extend itself. Okay, so you don't have to worry about that. So that's kind of what you're doing. You get the alert because it's near the VWAP, and then you start drawing the anchored VWAP on an intraday basis, and starting at that 9:30 candle.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
That's exactly it. Now, um, and then here was another one that I was looking, but just waiting for this anchored VWAP kept me out. Like Tyson's been getting killed. So the daily charts week, it was running up to VWAP, and I said, okay, if it, reverses here, this is my entry point, and it kept me from getting in trouble, basically waiting for that area. Now, so the exact time, that's we may be able to do that. To me, that's not as interesting as my plan, which is now that in the Market Explorer, I can actually, once I can start playing deeply with that again, I can anchor VWAPs programmatically from anywhere.
Okay.
So my plans right off the bat are to create a couple indicators that say, okay, say you're looking at an intraday chart, I want you to have an indicator in there that says VWAP from the high of the day and VWAP from the low of the day,
Right.
and it will anchor from those points. So you'll basically just turn it on and it will say, okay, here's the VWAP from the beginning of the day. And then it should update with each candle and say, okay, here's the VWAP from the low of the day. And then here's the VWAP from the high of the day, and
And then
anchor
for
those
longer
for
term
you.
traders, you could go like the VWAP from the last week, or 5 days or 10 days or whatever you want.
Even cooler, where I could go, for example, I
Anchored
want the
VWAP. I keep saying anchored VWAP. Yeah, anchored VWAP.
yeah, but I could even just say same thing. I could say, okay, so for the lowest point this year, anchor a VWAP, right? And for the highest
Okay.
point this year, anchor a VWAP. The other thing is that he talks about doing a lot is anchoring VWAPs from major events and major like earnings dates
Earnings, right?
and
Okay.
large gaps and things like that. The idea being, right? So this is, I don't know what happened here, but on Triple V, this was a massive move from 30 to 40. And you can see, right, it was resistance in through here and support in through here. So the idea is that you'll be able to go through charts and say, yeah, this is something that's interesting, and just have them auto anchored from highs and lows or interesting charts. And then also Market Explorer scans for them. So the one that I'm working on right now that I'm hoping to push as soon as the servers are ready is basically looking for anchored VWAPs from IPOs. So
Okay.
saying, okay,
Yeah.
what's the average price that this stock has traded since the beginning of its IPO? And one that popped up is interesting, and I was actually looking to buy some if we break out in the last days. So this HLN, right? So it would
hmm
just basically try to find stocks that have traded below its anchored VWAP from the IPO, and then it's starting to break out. So it's saying at this point right here, around 650 on this one, this is where the average market participant started to make money in this stock. So a nice little sentiment change saying, okay, if we're trading above that, then all of a sudden everybody in HLN is happy, right? And then if you go to
hmm
somewhere where people are sad, you could anchor
Now,
you could
Michael.
anchor it for life. And all you could see, well, right here after the buyout, right? So
hmm
basically, the idea, and this is a chapter in the book as well, is that okay, now that the average price of ape is about $2, right? These people are screwed, right? It's never getting back to $10, but now sentiment might be starting to shift in this one. Now this is like a buyout, and I didn't read the
Right.
details on that, so I'm not going to mess with it. But it's really,
Let
really
me ask
interesting.
another question. Let me ask
Yep.
another question, because instead of the scan for near the VWAP. Now, what if we took the winners in a race, and which don't necessarily, so I'm looking at, like, I have one VS, okay, one nine rest or no, one nine races. Instead of worrying about where the VWAP is, just put in the anchored VWAP at maybe the high, and just see what happens, like with all 10 of them, and just see what happens. Does that make sense? Without even worrying, like, I'm not scanning for stocks near the VWAP, but I'll take the stocks that won the most races and then create an anchored VWAP for those, and then just sort of follow them and see, are they going to break that VWAP? Are they going to hold the VWAP? Or does it really, in your opinion, does it really have to be used in conjunction with the VWAP?
No, it's a so right. The thing I like about it, and the thing that's interesting is the hedge fund shenanigans around it, right? Which again I can confirm working in the hedge fund space. But B, it's like the problem with using volume is it doesn't include price, and the problem with using a moving average is it doesn't include volume. So the way Brian talks about it is that there's three components to trading. There's price, volume, and time, right? And the anchored VWAP does all of that because, if there's, say, on VVV, there's just a massive volume spike right here. Well, that will really shift the anchored VWAP because it computes based off of volume. So I don't think it has to be used with the normal one. Yeah, I think you could just say, right, on pullbacks, let me see kind of what's happening here. Oh, did I break the charts again? I'm feeling your
Yeah.
pain here. There we go. Uh, but yeah, so the idea is basically it's kind of like the same way that Steve uses his 10 SMA. But the 10 SMA doesn't include the amount of volume. So if there was a lot of volume done on the most recent candle, the 10 SMA basically gives it as much value as the candle before it that maybe no volume was done through. So by constantly moving and adjusting it based off of not only volume, like if you look at this one, how it had this kind of push down right here, just means that there's probably, if I add volume, a volume spike right there that ends up moving the system. So I don't think, yeah, and it was probably, yeah, so there it is right there, right? So that volume spike pushed this down, just saying, hey, okay, the average price kind of moved significantly. So I don't think you need to use VWAP for it. I just think you need to the the art of it, and he fully talks about this in his book, right? There's all the hedge fund shenanigans and all that, but the art of this kind of analysis is where do you anchor it? And for day trading, I think that's simple, right? I think it's the open, and then the high of the day and the low of the day. For swing
Okay.
trading, it gets a little bit more, what is a significant event and all this kind of stuff.
By the way, Michael, I owe you some money
Oh, good. I'll
because,
take it. I don't
yeah,
even want
I
to
owe
know
you.
why. Just send it
Well, I'll
over.
tell you why. Because had you not mentioned that J-Pow, I knew he was talking at 12:40. I should have realized that. I was in a short for Nordstrom's JWN when it broke down underneath 23. It was doing okay, and then you just mentioned, oh, the market. This was at, I think, 12:45. I'm looking at that 15-minute candle, and the market just took off. And I looked at my Nordstrom's trade. It was going just slightly against me. I said, "Thank you, goodbye." And now I'm really glad because it really would have gone against me in a much bigger way. Look at that
Well,
market.
and so just to use, let's go to, I don't know, maybe a 2-minute chart. But like, so say, and I'm sure this is what you were looking at, right? It had this little base and then, right, look at all
It,
these
it, it
2-minute
it broke
levels
down
come in.
below yesterday's low, and that's what got me interested.
Now, right, if you draw, and again, you should read the book. I think there's an ebook out now too, but right. So if you end up just drawing the anchored VWAP from the low of the day right here before the spike,
Hmm.
um, and just said, okay, I need it to break down and then close and have another candle. That's why I've been waiting for these kind of big pushes off. You
Hmm.
might have been in around here, right? So,
Right, a little earlier, yeah.
um, And then, if you're looking to, if you still like this one, you think JPOW is going to shut up soon, the market's going to turn around and go to lows, right? You can just slap a VWAP on the bottom, and it's funny, you can see how quickly this is reacting to price, and it's
Yeah.
because you're getting this volume spike as things are reversing. So I'm
Right.
actually, so I have this now on my watch list. I'm interested in this one now too for a bit of a day trade when JPOW stops. And the idea is simply, if we hold below VWAP for the day and it breaks down here, that would be the area that I'd look to take a short on it. Right. And it's just,
That is,
it leaves, because the problem I always have had with pullbacks is, again, the, like, where do I enter, right? Is it a
yeah.
bar by bar? Is it a an area, or is it something like this? And again, for me, I've found I've only been doing it, like, we had a polar vortex or a cold spell, so I was locked in my office all weekend reading this. So I've only been 2 days doing it, but I absolutely love it because my subjectivity is gone. Right, this trade is already planned out. If
Yeah.
we start trading a bunch above VWAP, I just cancel the trade and move on. If it reverses from here, as soon as it kind of gets and closes a 2-minute candle under this line, I'm in with a stop over the last swing high, and then I'll just trail it down, right? And it just removes that. I'm no longer interested in chasing or buying breakouts or breakdowns, which for me, I know it's kind of your bread and butter, but for me, it doesn't really work. I find I'm always the guy who's buying the bottom or the top tick of the day.
Right.
So this helps me to get in a nice low risk pullback. And then it also gives me a point where my trade isn't validated, which for me is very important. Right. So again, yeah, it looks like we might just be breaking above it. And that's fine. But the longer this takes, and the closer the anchored VWAP gets up, the more shares I can take, keeping my dollar risk the same,
Right.
but looking to take that trade. So another thing that I've actually asked, now that I'm getting a bit of obsessed with this, is I would love be able just to, like, right click, set a price alert based off indicators. I think would be great.
Oh,
Right.
no
So just,
question.
yeah, right
The
click this
problem
and
though,
say alert when it breaks.
yes. Now the problem though is that right now, but you're talking about a moving price alert, aren't you?
Yeah, I would love, and I think a lot of people would like it for moving averages and stuff. So what I've asked is,
Hmm.
now that we have that new charting platform that we're testing
Hmm.
and potentially rolling out soon, if it has the ability to do something like that, I think that'd be a big, because that would help me manage a lot more of these trades if I could just say, okay, I'm gonna just click on this anchored VWAP and say, hey, alert me if this breaks this thing, and then move on, right? Start clicking on
Right.
other things and looking for other things and have a pop up when it occurs.
Hmm.
Uh, Hold
What?
on.
Put the spy up. Just for fun. Put the spy up and see what the anchored VWAP looks like on that. That should be amusing.
Oh yeah, well that's just, yeah. What you could do, and again, this is something that is mentioned in the book, and if you follow Brian Shannon on Twitter, he talks about all the time, is he will anchor a VWAP for intraday trading to, like, a Fed announcement. So if they announce interest rates, he'll go on a 1-minute chart and I'll anchor a VWAP to that area, and then look to see what happens around that area. If it pulls back and holds and then starts to move off it, he'll end up taking a trade. But
Hmm.
for the people who are asking, the book is called Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP by Brian Shannon. And I recommend like, I read his other book too, which was Technical Analysis Using Multiple Time Frames. He's um, they're not complicated reads. There's a lot of charts in them and everything, which obviously makes sense for what we're doing. And dude's been doing it for years. Like, he's been
Hmm.
I used to watch Brian's videos when I was in the prop firm probably 15 years ago, and he's doing the same stuff now as he was doing then. So something's got to be working for him, or he would have been out of work a long time ago.
Well, it definitely intrigues me in the intraday aspect of it, and to further, when you get, as you say, you're able to unleash the ME a little bit more, and you can develop it for us, different type, like on a well, as you say, from the open or the high of the day or the low of the day, and create different MEs like that. And so it's more or less automated. That'd be awesome. And
Yeah,
then,
and
as you say, you've got definable entries and exits, really. And you don't have to really guess. And if you just hold to your plan, you're going to win some, you're going to lose some. Hopefully, you win more than others, or your winners far outweigh your losers. And, then it becomes a little bit more like you like to trade, systematic trading,
well,
rather than.
that's my problem, right? Is I never I was never able to conquer the demons, right? When it came to, that's why I do a lot of swing trading, is because most of my work is done when the lights are off, right? But this helps me really systematize. So again, I can't draw it because that was messing up the charts, but like ON yesterday, right? Again, so pull back to VWAP. I just anchored it from up here. It looked something like this. So right there was my entry, and there was my stop loss, and it just made, like,
Mhm.
this was all I needed yesterday, right? So I was in from, I think it's 82.50 or so, and then it went up to 84, and I had my stop under 84, and when it broke back down, I was out. It's like, okay, well, what more do you need? And on some of the crazy stuff, it's been working great too. Like in the AMC chart today, um, is another one. Like, well, what else did you need? Where,
Mhm.
my entry on AMC, I'd love to say that I'm, still in and that I held all the way to here, but my entry was kind of somewhere in this area, and just, right, give me one of those a day, and
Oh
then I can
yeah.
walk away and focus on my bread and butter, which is swing trading. Um, then that's great. And then even for swing trading, is it EVER? Um, and again, this isn't going to replace things like, using TI strength and all this kind of stuff, because I think this is very important. But it's what I like about it is it's systematizing the entry and exit for me on things like EVR is something from TI strength. So this is, strong relative to the market. But I was playing around drawing these in from, the breakout point and then the high. And then he calls this the VWAP pinch, right? Where it
Mm.
is, right, staying
Mhm.
below that. And you can see how long this thing has acted as support for days, weeks, or months. So my trade on this one's simple, right? Earnings will probably stop me from getting into it. But if it closed above here, that would be my entry, and my stop loss would just be below that line. And,
Mhm.
just a kind of a newer take on old school technical patterns, right? So this is the kind of stuff that you'll see a lot of in the Market Explorer really soon, because this is a fairly easy scan to build.
So we can expect that next week, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm you know, I will say, Dave is looking at, because I have on, so basically now I have my own test environment now where I can't
Yes.
break the live environment, which is something that's good because I did that a few times. But
Mhm.
um, in that test environment, I have put up the 820 cross on high relative volume stocks.
Mhm.
Um, so if that makes it through, so basically I'm able to put these through and test them. And if it works, then I can move them over to live. So that's in testing right now. So if it doesn't break anything for a few days, that will be the first one to be brought back. And it'll be the first one to be brought back because I know it's a room favorite. So
Mhm.
I basically just have it. There has to be adequate volume for the day to trade and all of that stuff. But yeah, it's every 820 cross, and anything that's bigger than um, I think 3 times relative volume. So
What time
uh,
frame are you doing it on?
I'm just going to start with 2 minutes. And
2?
if
Okay.
if you guys like that and it's something that you want more time frames on, then it's just easy. It's like
Okay.
bone simple to expand it out. But the problem was before is the calculation of relative volume. I need to pull in a lot of data. This is what a lot of people don't understand, like how insane this calculation is until I built it myself, because it's going bar by bar. So it's basically saying that on this 2 minute bar for the last 14 days, this was the volume. So I need to pull in like 1,000 bars of data and
Right,
analyze
right.
each bar's volume one at a time. So
Yeah.
it basically broke the system before when I did it.
Is it
But
14 days? Is it actually 14 trading days or is it 10 trading days?
the one I was doing was 14. The one in the system
14
maybe 10.
trading days.
Yeah,
Okay.
trading days. So yeah, so the calculation for the old 820 cross was like um you know I think 5,000 rows. So it was enough that I got yelled at.
Yeah.
So, but this new one, I'm able to do it in about 500 or 600 rows. And the benefit that we have, and I know you're not super techy, but the benefit with AWS Berry is that before, if we needed more servers for something, somebody actually had to go buy a physical hunk
A
of
physical
metal
server, yeah.
and then drive it down and plug it in and all this stuff. But the difference is now I can say, hey Dave, I need more servers, and he can click a few buttons and he goes, there you go, you have more power now. So
I do know that. I'm not that technical, but I do know that, Michael.
yeah, it was
Well,
and
they
I
were actually
guess
talking about having a bit of a hybrid deal yesterday in the development, believe it or not, maybe having still a couple of physical servers, but that is going to be discussed. Not
outside
in the
my
development meeting you were in, but the monthly one that I tend that just because, they say, why don't you come in? Because this is more like several years ago, because they'd be doing things and I would have no idea what they were doing. And then I'd look at a chart or look at something, hey, where did that come from? And so I
yeah.
said, can I don't know, show up once a month just to hear what you guys are talking about? And so they said, sure. So that's that. It's the first Monday of every month. So I attend that and just hear what they're gossiping about almost. And they were talking about maybe having a couple of physical servers as well, but
And were
I
they
still have
talking about a
to.
pay raise for me? Is that did
Yes,
that
your
come
name
up?
came up
Oh,
multiple times,
that's good.
Michael.
Question: can I back test my earlier AV plays? No. The problem with back testing this kind of system is that it does have a lot of subjectivity to it. Um, so that will be kind of problematic. What's Brian's last name? Brian Shannon. Alphatrends.net is another way to look. So here, let's watch. I know we're going over, so I hope I'm not
That's
screwing
okay.
up the
That's
room.
okay.
But yeah, so I anchored a VWAP from when JPOW started talking, and that was come right back down to that, and it started to reverse hard. So then I anchored a VWAP from this top right here, and it's kind of right above that other candle's high. So this in and of itself, I ideally I think I'd want it to digest a little further. But yeah, if you had just put a bid in kind of right in that area, you would have got tagged almost to the penny and then a nice pop off of. But if it ends up breaking above this VWAP here, maybe we're going to get another leg higher on the SPY. And this is something I guess because I always have a policy where I just don't trade anywhere near FOMC. I just avoid it entirely. But I was talking to Brian. So Brian, for those who don't know, he's also a friend of Steve's and a friend of mine, which is how I got the early copy.
Signed.
And he yeah, see if we could break here. But yeah, and he was saying that this is one thing that he does all the time. So I'm actually thinking of adding a scan to my little day trading layout here of those stocks that kind of explode out of the blue.
Yeah.
They've got all of a sudden, right, a news event or something comes out and you get these 1 minute volume and 1 minute giant candles, and just anchoring a VWAP from there and saying, okay, if it pulls back, this same setup that we're looking at here on candles like that, again, because if I were to trade this, it's purely systematized, right? So give me a
Hmm.
candle above this band for an entry, and I probably stop under that candle right there, and then I don't need to think about it anymore. And for me, and I would say for most people listening, that's what you need in your trading, is to say, give me a systematized, repeatable reason for entry, a systematized, repeatable stop loss, and make it somewhat trend following. And then that's all you need, right? You could be right 30-40% of the time, and you'll end up making money in the long run, because you know you're going to get in, and you're going to know when you're going to get in, you're going to get out, you're going to know when you're going to get out. You're not going to be revenge trading or averaging down or any of that crazy stuff that ends up costing people money and getting them all burnt out.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Michael, excellent. I love it. I wanted to hear your take, especially on the intraday, obviously, and it's very interesting. While you've been talking, I've been drawing some of the anchored VWAPs on some of the charts that I've been following, and yeah, I'll just see what happens. I like the idea of, for people, especially starting out, it's systematized, but also with the races, it can give them, 10 stocks just to follow. Put your anchored VWAPs in there. You
Mm-hmm.
got, I've got the VWAP on my chart anyway. So then you add the anchored VWAP 10 times and just see what happens, follow them. Maybe even, I know you don't probably agree with this, but even have 10 thumbnail charts then of that. And so that,
No, I'd be
you can kind of get, so that you can kind of see what's happening, because we don't have an alert for it yet. You can't, we don't have a price alert. So otherwise, how are you going to know when it actually happens? So yeah, maybe even have, or even take five of them, five thumbnail charts, and just like stare at that anchor VWAP, the VWAP, and do it for a month. Take some, use our simulator,
yep.
try it out, just try it out, and see what happens. I think that's a wonderful idea.
No,
I mean, if
I 100% agree, because again, the thing I love about it is it's trend following, right? Like if
mhm.
this breaks down, the SPY breaks down here, I'm like, okay, that's fine. There's no trade, right? There's no
Yeah,
loss.
exactly. Or you go short.
Yeah,
You go short.
yeah, yeah. Like if you think that's the top, maybe J Pow stopped speaking now, so we're gonna go right back to 410, but who knows? But
Exactly.
yeah, I would suggest try it out, and I'm gonna be as furiously as I can, because you know me, as soon as I get obsessed with something, I kind of cut myself off and go as deep into it as I can. So as
Hmm.
soon as I am allowed, you'll see tons, because we're going to do an interview with Brian Shannon.
Okay.
And before we do that interview, I want to make sure that there's as many of the setups he talked about in his book in the system, because
Right.
he's a very big, he's got a couple 100,000 followers, right? So
Sure.
um, it'll be good for sales, it'll be good for his followers to have scans, and obviously good for us as well. But yeah, we're breaking down here, right? So
Okay, Michael, I better get back into the other rooms. They're probably wondering
yes,
where the heck am I, but that's okay. That was a great talk. I
I
hope
think it was too. Yeah.
I hope people in YouTube enjoyed it. I certainly did. So thanks for that, and we'll see you in probably about 50 minutes at
Yeah, if
2
you, I
o'clock.
don't know, does it, just quickly, does it tell you, do you have a timestamp for that? Because that might be something, that little chat we have may be something for Engen to pull out. I'll go on
Hmm.
YouTube and find it. Never mind.
Yeah, I think I got in just after 12:30 Eastern.
Okay, perfect. I'll find it and
I
send it
think
over
so.
to him.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. I'll talk to you
Okay,
soon.
thank you, Michael.
All
Okay,
right.
bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, so I'm just resumed my stream in YouTube, and let me get back into the other. All right, guys, a little bit late in the other two rooms. Had a great discussion with Michael Nas in our YouTube room regarding the anchored VWAP. And even for somebody like me who's not a big technical indicator guy, it could be very, very interesting. So it's going to take a while for me to get used to the concept of it, but I sure like the way he was explaining it. And for intraday, it's not just for, I think somebody I asked earlier about are they using the anchored VWAP? This was in the main room, and they were saying, yes, I'm using it for blue chip stocks, but I can see a use for it in virtually anything, virtually anything intraday. So it's going to take a bit for me to, get my head around it, trying to draw them quickly, and then see what happens. Meanwhile, as I said to Michael, I was actually in a Nordstrom short, JWN short, and he saved me some money because, I remember William saying that Jay Powell was going to start talking at 12:40, and I kind of forgot. I got into the short just underneath the break of 23, looked pretty good, down to 22.89, and then all of a sudden Michael said, looked at the SPY, and he said, "Well, Jay Powell must be speaking," and luckily I glanced over at my P&L and took up just a small loss on JWN. But that talk, that spy action just ruined that trade. It didn't ruin it. It just obviously didn't work out the way I. It probably would have been a awesome trade had these two giant 15-minute candles hadn't showed up when he was talking. So whatever he said, the market obviously loved it. All right, let me just do one thing. There we go. Yeah, no shares for CVAC. You're talking about shorting them, right, DAC? Yeah, I checked earlier. There are no shares to short. At Interactive Brokers, but all we should mention, it's always Interactive Brokers. I'm talking about anyway. Yeah, I mean, look at that. Now, if I draw on an anchored VWAP up here, let's just see what would have happened. Now, I should change the color because there's yeah, I should make it a different color, but you can kind of see it broke underneath and then it is, yeah, it kept falling and falling and falling. And what I was saying again when I was talking to Michael in our YouTube room, saying, for new traders, and hey, even for if you're an old trader, I don't mean necessarily age-wise, or just, experience-wise. You could take just these trades, just these ones, the top 10 in either one, and just draw the anchored VWAP, maybe five of them, put five thumbnail charts and just kind of watch them and see what happens. And as Michael was saying, you've got a definable stop, you've got a sort of a definable entry. And if you used your stop as the VWAP, not the anchored VWAP, then you've got something going. You kind of have systematized your trading. So I'm going to, I will certainly look at these because, I'm always saying, yeah, you hear me talk about the racing and all that. And I'm saying, well, okay, what if you missed the trade at the beginning and had to run? Well, how would I get back into it? Well, maybe using this anchored VWAP can help. Now, Michael is also going to be able to develop in the Market Explorer some canned ones with price alerts using the anchored VWAP. So, I can't tell you exactly when that's going to happen, but that is his plan. So a lot is happening. No, he doesn't have a scan for anchored VWAP. No, that's what we're saying. He doesn't have a scan for it. We can't put a price alert, but you can set your anchored VWAP yourself. I mean, that's the whole thing. Obviously, I think it's probably a good exercise just to learn how to do it anyway. You and the art in it will be, okay, where do you start? Like we were talking about, okay, from the opening, that maybe you could do it from the high of the day, or you could do it from the high of the opening candle. Now it depends on the time frame you're using, or the low. I mean, there's all that. That's why there's a bit of an art to it also. Well, that's what I mean, Cam. I mean, there's right now what I did on this one. What I want to do is, give me a moment here. Okay, I guess I have to define the color before. Is that right? Hmm. Okay, let me get a chart here because I want to, if you guys don't mind, but I think this is pretty interesting. And then, I mean, I'm a guy who doesn't take a look at a lot of indicators, but and it depends on what time frame Michael was actually demonstrating on a 1 minute time frame. I probably wouldn't do that, but maybe a 5 minute. But let me just try something here because I don't know how to. Okay, I'm not sure how to change the color. Okay, do you have to pick it first and then? So there it is drawing it now. I should know this, but I don't. I don't know how to change that color. Well, yeah, of course yeah, definitely a terrible trader, yeah, you shouldn't call yourself terrible trader. I told you that before. This is in our YouTube room. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the whole thing. It will matter where you draw your anchored VWAP from, and that'll be a bit of the art of it. Do you want to draw it from the high of the day, or do you want to draw it from the opening candle, the high of the opening candle, the low of the opening candle? That will be a bit of the art of it. I think to make it easy for me, I'll start off with the high of the opening candle. But now, okay, what time frame am I going to use? Is it going to be a 5-minute chart or a 15-minute chart? Well, the indicator is here. You just have to click on the pencil, okay? And then that little anchor, that is the anchored VWAP. You just don't know how to change the color of it. I mean, that says change the color of the selected annotation. Fine, okay. Unless I do this. Oh, so you can't do it up here. Okay. That was my next look, but well, why do they have that little palette up there then? But thank you. Yeah, that's what I was going to try that next, but it'll help to draw one. So let me. Oh, there it is. It's right there. So why didn't I see it? Here we are. Modify the colors. Okay. So let me go to maybe make it yellow. See what that looks like. No, too pale. Yeah, too much like the purple. Red, blue, and purple. All right, let's try a green. Okay, a little bit better. A little bit better. Okay, well, at least I know how to do it. So now it's a matter of a time frame. Well, I think what I should do on my charts is just get rid of that 10 SMA. If I'm going to really concentrate on that anchor, then okay. So what I'm going to do is get rid of that 10 SMA on my, because I'm not really using it. Because I had it twice. Sorry, guys. I hope you just bear with me. Okay, I'm just trying to. Okay, so there we go. So okay, that makes it a little easier for me. I can see what the VWAP is. That's that the VWAP, of course, is the same on any time frame. The anchor VWAP, of course, is going to be different depending on the time frame you're looking at. But the VWAP is the same. So that will help me. But so I now it's easy for me to see. So the idea here, had I drawn this earlier, there's the anchored VWAP, and again, this is not necessarily the easiest because it's one of these small ones, probably a low float, but you can kind of see how it held both the VWAP and the anchored VWAP and moved. I mean, you do have some bottoming tails that would have been, probably aggressively getting out of some of your position, but nonetheless. So, Bill, are you saying, okay, so if I exit trade ideas, that anchored VWAP goes away? Obviously, I haven't even tried that. Are you talking about exiting trade ideas, right? You're not just talking about getting out of the chart. You're talking about, so the question was, are they work? And I'm sure, listen, this is so new for us. This anchored, not the anchored VWAP is not new, but I mean, now that Brian Shannon's book has come out and Michael is going to spend a lot more time on it. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. That's no good. Which was the one I had the anchored VWAP on? Seco. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That really has to. So I'm going to ask Michael that. Yeah, so what would have to happen is, excuse me. Yeah, I mean that obviously, I mean you can't have that. I mean it has to be able to be saved somehow. Look at this market, guys. So we had all this. I don't even know what he said. Jay Powell said, and it just absolutely got all wiped out. And that's what I was saying to Michael is that, okay, here is a reason then to have some thumbnail charts of your charts that you really want to follow. Yeah, yeah, Bill, that has to be. Otherwise, yeah, it's just that you're going to have some thumbnail charts of the things you really want to follow. But there's more to it than that because great, even if you have thumbnail charts, as Michael was saying, well, you were probably listening, Bill, and others on YouTube, to be able to have a price alert, of course, on something that is moving, okay? Because of course that anchored VWAP will move just like the VWAP moves. To be able to have a price alert put on it, and when the price crosses or gets, well, when it crosses, hits it, that'll be the ideal thing. Excuse me. So that puts a bit of a damper into what I was wanting to do, guys, because I mean, I'm changing symbols, I'm clicking on symbols all day long. So puts a bit of a damper on what I wanted, how I thought I could use it. What a bunch of nonsense that was. We had a like that. Look at that. 30 minutes of the SPY looked like it was just, well, it was ripping higher. Then all of a sudden, just a complete reversal. All right, KMT guys. Ooh, this looks interesting. 28.17 is the next low looking left. 28.13. 28.18 is the next low looking left for KMT. The market continues down like this. It's a bit of a spread issue. It is an earnings play though. Released earnings after hours yesterday. No massive reaction. But this is probably going to be following the market, so which I don't like that much. Because if the market stops moving down, this might stop moving down. Yeah, I mean, that really probably destroyed a lot of trades. People getting all excited and then leaving their computer and then coming back to this. All right, guys, I'm just looking at a couple of things here. Watching the market, of course, market has now gone, man. All right, what will the SPY do now? Because there's a big bottoming tail. This is 137, so another 38, another 7 minutes for this candle to close. So the big bottoming tail here. You know, the sellers had it down here, but the buyers are trying to close it a little bit higher, but there's still 7 minutes left for this candle. Will it turn into another giant red candle? Or will the buyers at least get it up to this level? And then it'll be the next candle, which could tell the tale. Your price alert list? Yep. Now, I don't think this is, I've never heard anybody else say this happens to them. So it must be always because of I'm on this development build. But if you wanted to get rid of every price alert, for instance, just get rid of everything, you just have to, well, bring up your price alert window and just highlight everything. Okay. Oops. I'm not going to do it because it might destroy my, like what happened yesterday. It gave me this big error. I don't think it's going to happen for you, but I can't guarantee it. Okay, and then right click and delete the 32 selected price alerts. So that'll get rid of them all. What I used to just like to do is just delete the triggered ones, delete the five. But what happened yesterday, I got this cascading and I had to reboot Trade Ideas. But I don't really think it happens to other people. So it's always a good idea to go through your price alerts. I mean, we have a Mac. People get Can't believe people sometimes they get bent out of shape. Say you only have the ability to have 500 price alerts. How many price alerts do you fill in the blanks need? Okay, seriously. You know, it's just because of laziness that what I would do on the weekend is just check your price alerts, see if they make any sense to you. Is it, do you still want a price alert for, this stock, AmGam? I mean, I don't know. I'll do it on the weekend. You know, maybe I put a price alert at $3. Now it's at 50 cents. Do I really care about having a price alert of $3 anymore? things like that. So you should go through. It's a good exercise. It also gets you to look at your charts. The more charts you see, the better you will become in theory as a trader. You've got to see lots and lots of charts. And eventually you'll get a sense, a feel for things, like Dak was saying, I mean, it's sometimes, yeah, we can try to systematize everything, but a lot of trading is a little bit of feel involved. So go through your price alerts and, you click on one, you see the chart, you say, do I still want this? Yes or no? If yes, fine, go to the next one. If you don't want it, delete it. And you're only going to know, well, you can also check to see, where the alert price is and then where the current price is. You can also do things like, here is the dollar alert column. So this tells you how far away is it from your alert price? Do you still want it? Is it still relevant? Things like that. So you can see right now, Nordstrom's is, well, I put an alert at Nordstrom's, it's 8 cents away from the alert. And it's underneath it as a short. Do I want it anymore? Well, hopefully you're kidding, Rudy. Again, preventing me from taking this trade, even though it looks interesting, the GLYC looks like almost a red bar ignored, almost. Well, I look left and I just see what I think is too much resistance. So I'm not going to take the trade. Now we talked about this in the YouTube when I was talking to Michael. I mean, that doesn't mean that this is going to stop it 100%, but it's just the way I trade, and if it pops through that and it keeps going, so be it. All right, look at this big bottoming tail now in the SPY, guys. Would it surprise us if the next candle is green? Okay, Omer is now starting, it drip underneath 5. I don't know if this is shortable for me. All right, this is shortable for me, Omer, OMER, this is a pretty, well, through the VWAP anyway. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that 485 might be kind of a support area. I wish that were a big, I wish that candle was down here around here, around 440. Okay, guys, this will tell the tale. This next 15-minute candle, is it going to recover, or is it going to go red and take out the low of the previous 15-minute candle? Or not? Maybe this won't hold it. Look at that, 487. I was a little worried about that, but wow, this is really accelerating downward now, guys. The low of the day was 442 for Omer, OMER. Okay, so this is now a red candle, guys. If this takes out the low here and remains underneath that low, that is that'll look pretty bleak probably for a while anyway. LIXT, okay, Tank, let's take a look at LIXT. And as Tank says, it's not a recommendation, but let's take a look at it. Oh, wow, had a big pop here. Oh, I see, it was halted. And now it resumed. It was showing up on the race. Yeah, look at this 15-minute candle. Looks like it's going to get below the low of that bottoming tail. All right, guys, I better do a video right now. I'm going to be in a marketing meeting in about 12 minutes, so I'm going to do a quick video. So I'm going to put myself on mute. First of all, I'll put the announcement in. Oh, I guess I should get rid of the previous one. But I'll be putting myself on mute almost when I get back, 155, probably 156. I'm just going to try to blast it out really quickly. Okay, muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm back just in time to say I'm gone again because the marketing meeting starts in about 2 minutes or so. So I'll have to put myself on mute. Keep an eye on the SQL. I thought a while ago that it might have been over, but you know what? It's trying to maybe get above that VWAP. The VWAP is 169, so there it is right there. Trying to curl up a bit. I mean, it's still tremendous volume. 20 times the float, basically. It's turned the float over about 20 times. And let's see if it can get back up here and also get some volume though. It needs some volume to push it through there. And who knows, maybe it'll have a run at the high of the day, 239. So there is something to perhaps watch while I say I'm on my break, not a break, but on this meeting. All right, two bottoming tails now on the 15-minute candle. So two of them. The buyers are, they might be taking control for a while. Okay, guys, I'm putting myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm back. So let's see what's happening. Anything? I don't see anything too interesting. You might have seen me put a bunch of price alerts on the EXAI. That was just kind of a little scalp for me. Why? Well, I look left and look at all the room it had on the weekly chart, up to $13. I'm saying, of course, it's getting there through the 200-day moving average today, and the spread was, well, the spread's not good now. It was a lot better when I took it, but it was just a quick one. Look at this SPY, guys. This is how crazy it is. I mean, man, 40, 30 minutes straight up, 45 minutes straight down, and now look what's happening. Maybe wiping out all that red. So if you were long here, great, and then all of a sudden you would have got clobbered probably. And then if you were short here, great, and then you're getting clobbered. So you got to be really nimble, really, really nimble. So this is one I missed. My goodness, I missed. Well, it hasn't moved a tremendous amount, but INTA at 157 in my 10-day daily breakout. That's pretty late. Don't usually get these that late. 31.76, and it's at 32.23 now. Again, disappointment today. And I mean, this is a day I really wanted to take virtually all of them. And based on the last 4 or 5 days, just goes to show, just because something is working, even 4 or 5 days in a row, doesn't mean it's going to continue to work. So, but I'll watch this one tomorrow again, of course, the 10-day daily breakout, and see if we get a little more trend. When we're getting these alerts, see if we get a bit more of a trend. I mean, the VRAR, I guess, kind of worked 624, and it got up to what, 680 or so. And, the EXAI kind of worked. 1026, it got up to 1069. The issue was the spread. You would have had to deal with a difficult spread. And then we've got INTA and we've got INCA. Okay, INKA. Let's take a look. I think this is this is a SPAC. Yeah, this is a SPAC, so I'm not too interested in these unless if they announce who they're taking over and a date they're doing it. I'm telling you guys, these SPACs, any new SPAC should be just trying to find any sort of little firm that can say they've got AI in their name or AI is their business. That's what they should be doing. I mean, when the SPACs are really hit hard, they were all about EVs. If you were an EV play, you're merging with a SPAC. It was almost gold for a while, anyway. Game TR, welcome. You see, you look like you're new. Yeah, I'm just clicking on 6. I don't know if it's going nuts, but yeah, it is going nuts. It is pretty well. Six Flags, right? Yeah, Six Flags going nuts. What an earnings play. Nothing's happening though. You see the volume that is coming in to Six Flags, SIX. You can see the volume that's coming in. And this is shortable for me. So let's see if this is going to capitulate. Well, maybe it already has. Ah, I see it's in Zach's topping buyout rumor. Okay. All right, guys, let's see, 2:38, getting close to my putting myself on mute. The room will be open until about 3:20. So before I do that, one last look at my homepage and all the information you can find on my homepage. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You'll be brought to the top here, of course. So if you want to take out a subscription, this is a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only of the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, please do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes. They're 10 short videos. That'll get you going. If you're brand new to trading, okay, this is a great free resource for you. Those of you who are in our YouTube room, between 12 and 1 when Michael Noss was there. He put this together. Okay, so it's great. I think it's a great free resource for you if you're brand new to trading. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. You can answer free service. All the education is here. And my scans. If you want my scans, here they are. Pre-market actives up and down, what I use in the pre-market, and some of the other ones, the 10-day daily breakout and downs. So if you do take out a subscription, appreciate it if you use my homepage link and then my promo code. Room gets credit. It's a free room and I get some credit. But also, if you save my link, then you can take a look at my scans anytime you want and all the education. All right, ICPT, boy, what a run it's had over the last couple of months from 11 to 21. That's basically a double in a couple of months for ICPT, basically straight up. Little momentary blip here 3 weeks ago. Other than that, straight up. All right, guys, let's see. Just looking to see if anything interesting is happening. I don't see too much right now. Market's surging though. Craziness if it goes right back up to these highs. Probably will. Why not? Yeah, iBio is something I put a price alert on. It's probably gone by my price alert now. Yeah, I mean, my price alert was at 125, and of course, when you look left, there's a ton of room. 171 is the next high looking left. Yeah, I think it was just his Jennifer. It was just his VWAP scan. I mean, I've got one too. You know, all he was looking for is stocks that are near the VWAP. Let me just see if I've got something. I mean, I probably have something very similar. Remember, it had nothing to do with anchored VWAP. It was just afterwards you place it. But I've got close to VWAP. You know, you can take a look at this because that was his whole idea: is stocks that are close to the VWAP, and then when they're close, then he can put the anchored VWAP in. Okay, so there it is. So if I load this, let's just see how close. So yeah, so I've sorted, I think, on the V. This is a top list, so I've sorted on the VWAP. So this tells me how far away it is, and I think it is within one on either side, I believe. Yeah, it's within 1% on either side. Okay. Now, what I found here is a lot of these maybe these darn SPACs, which you might want to get rid of because they tend to be right around 10. Okay, but you can take a look at this. So these are just stocks that are going to be either 1% above the VWAP or 1% below, within. So in other words, near the VWAP. And then I think what he does is then he'll take a look at like he'll click on one. Okay, let's take a look at CHGG. So he'll look at this, and you can see right there. I mean, there's the VWAP, right? 1681. So it's at 1696. That's within 1% on the high side. So I think maybe what he'd do is he'd maybe put an anchored VWAP up here and see what happens. And if it broke above, see the problem now with this anchored VWAP, as Bill in our YouTube and Michael acknowledges, is that it doesn't save it. So when you leave this chart, so I could put my anchored VWAP up here. Okay, right there. As I say, I could put it right there. It didn't do it. Give me a moment. Maybe it was outside. Okay, so now it's going to put so there it is. Okay, so there's that purple line is the anchored VWAP. There's the well, they're both kind of purple, but anyway. So the theory would be, I suppose, if it broke above that, that might be a good long, and you put your stop at the VWAP. The problem is that if I leave this chart, right now and come back to it, it's not saved, which is a super bummer. So that's why I was saying in the YouTube room, I mean, maybe what you do is you take some thumbnail charts of stocks you really want to follow, maybe all day, and then put them there so they don't move, like so you can follow a stock all day long. All this has to be improved. I mean, the fact that it has to be saved it has to be. You cannot, I'd be crazy if I had to keep re-inputting it. Oh yeah, I know other charting programs save it. We're we just have to deal with it right now. I don't know what it takes to have it be saved. I have no idea. I've been using IV chart for a long time. Did they have anchored VWAPs on IV charts? Anybody know that? Interactive brokers charts? Because what I could conceivably do is use one chart off camera, but I don't know if they have anchored VWAPs. You don't see it? All right, well, here's one. Let's just see for fun. Where am I going to even go? Boy, I haven't used these charts for a long, 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 long time. So Doodle Dum thinks they do. So let's, this is this is in our YouTube room. Anchored VWAP, not the VWAP, but the anchored VWAP, right? So add study, I guess. Add study. I guess that's a, well, unless it's somewhere else, because if I right click and add study and go to volume studies as an example, there's the VWAP. Well, I guess that is not the VWAP. There, well, moving volume weighted average price. I don't know what, but I don't see anchored VWAP here. Yeah, so I don't see anchored VWAP at all on the IB charts. Okay, guys, for those of you following, now this is what I'm talking about. The minute I go off this chart, I'm going to lose that. And that'd be, it's crazy to have to redraw it every time. So, I mean, that just is something that will have to be done down the road. For those of you following Bed Bath and Beyond, maybe a little bit of a lift off 3, but remember, this is going to 0, wink, wink. So, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, BB worth 0 according to analysts. I think that's Wedbush. Give me a moment. I'm trying to find. Anyway, Wedbush downgraded them from 1 to 0. Oh, maybe then, Doodle Dum. Okay, let me try again. All right, so you're saying, let's go to add the study, volume studies, and what, the moving volume weighted average? Hmm. Well, I'll think about that. Look at this market. Crazy, crazy, crazy action, guys. Straight down, now straight up. Uber has earnings tomorrow. Okay, let's take a look at Uber, see if there's some bets being placed ahead of, oh, that's tomorrow. Okay. Oh, but it's pre-market. It is pre-market, so not after hours. So it's pre-market. So people are a little bit enthusiastic about Uber so far. Based on what's happening here, doesn't mean that's going to hold. Moving average of volume. Thank you. Okay. All right, guys. I am going to put myself on mute now. I'm still here. I'll be here till 3:20. So we'll hop right back on the mic if there's a question. So don't be shy. If you have a question, please ask away. Hey guys, I think I'm going to shut down now. This is the new HTML version of our charts. Okay, you might see there's a slight. What happened is, again, this is so new, and when I switch to it, you don't have this option. Thank goodness, you don't have this option, and it said browser interface for the charts. Anyway, it froze my system, so I think I'll just shut down now. There's no point in my restarting. I only have about 7 minutes left anyway. So I think I'll just shut down right now. And today is Tuesday, so tomorrow is Wednesday. So yeah, system definitely did not like that. Definitely did not like that. So that's why, well, I can't even be the guinea pig for this because my system just crashed. Okay. Even though I am getting some alerts. No, wait a minute. So it's not crashed. Yeah, but I'm gonna have to redo it. I'm gonna do a restart. I don't want to do that. So, okay, guys, sorry about that. As always, thanks for all the help. The room will open tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. Have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.